Hello, hello. Just waiting a minute here for my co host to arrive. Indeed. Howdy, y'all. Thanks for coming. Just waiting a little bit on the area. Finish their food. Yeah, it is quite a wonder that I have not kicked you out. Quick question: how's the audio right now? Is game low, game high? Am I too high, too low? Just making sure. I'll probably have to check and make sure that T-area sounds good as well. I plan to play through every main series game aside from the MMOs because I'm streaming those. I'm going to stream 14 pretty regularly because I already play 14 and I'm caught up, and I plan on playing Endwalker once it comes out later this month. But all the numbered ones besides 11 and 14 are going to be part of this long series playthrough, as well as the direct sequel games such as X2, 13.2, and 13.3, and a few spin-offs like Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus, as well as World of Final Fantasy at some point, and maybe the Tactics games. I think the Tactics games will probably slot in around 12 or so because of that they fit into that sort of series. But yeah, I am planning to play a lot of Final Fantasies every Tuesday for the foreseeable future. Yeah, I don't hear a lot of. I remember a friend who played World of Final Fantasy when it came out. Really liked it a lot, and I have put off playing it for a long time, just haven't gotten around to it. And so I decided I would throw it in probably at the probably near the end of this. I want to experience probably around until after 13, because I want to have the context for, a lot of stuff with World of Final Fantasy, all the characters and such. Also, if before I get through Final Fantasy 15, which is currently I plan on playing in order, more or less, unless, of course, Final Fantasy 16 comes out while I'm still getting through the series, I will potentially drop whatever I'm doing and start playing Final Fantasy 16 once it comes out, because I'm very excited about that game. That one will not be in the proper order. And yeah, I think people just did not gel with it being very clearly a spin-off, especially in its aesthetics. All right, and Tierra is here.
I'm here.
Hello, we are live.
Hello.
I do not just making sure you know that, but I do not have a no audio screen set up yet.
No worries. I was pulling up your stream so I could.
I can do a side stream for you so you can hear the audio and such if you wish.
Sure. If it's not a problem.
It shouldn't be a problem. My
By the
computer
way-
should be able to handle it.
Oh, I'm quiet.
Are you quiet? I might have to turn you up on my end then.
Mhm.
Alright, let's go for these settings. Oh. Yeah, grant access to Discord here. That computer noise was me, if anybody else heard that. And let me see about turning up your audio. Okay, I have
Testing.
bumped you 50% up in Discord. How do they sound now?
Hello. I am Vega. I am normally your digital tour guide through virtual world, but today, because I'm just a guest, I'm just the clown sitting in the back, and I get to make jokes. So hi.
A little bit more, you think?
A little bit more.
A little bit more?
Okay.
Alright, I will bump you
I
up
need to
a
be
little.
extremely loud.
You must be heard across the heavens. Alright, bumped up a little
Let me
bit.
also do a chat pop out so I can actually see what people are saying. That would be smart.
That would be probably
Um,
smart, yeah. Probably a good idea.
I
Here,
always forget
I will
that
bump you
Twitch
up
has a
to
chat
as
pop
loud
out
as I
because
can
was-
Discord and see how that turns. Oh, it could be because I have desktop audio rather quiet. So this is going to bump up the game a bit as well. But it should hopefully make Tierra more audible as well.
Worst comes to it, I'm sure this game has some in-game audio adjustments.
Yeah, I
we
can
do.
probably adjust the audio in-game if we need to.
Or the mixer.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably means I'm being mixed kind of close to the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, so
Audio
just
issues are
yeah.
weird.
We're just again making sure Tierra sounds good compared to me, not compared to the game. The game we'll deal with in a second. Compared to me though, does Tierra sound fine? Okay, okie dokie. Alright, this is a game where by default, accept is on circle instead of cross. Because it's old school like that. Oh, keyboard, display, language. None of these is audio.
It's gotta be
Oh, yes.
somewhere.
Ah. Oh, the buttons are gonna... The button layout is gonna get me. Alright, I might...
Maybe in-game.
Yeah, I might need... It does not appear to have any audio on the menu here.
Yeah.
So, I can always mess with the mixer.
Yeah.
Extras, music player, gallery, that's nothing. Alright, now let's begin.
Okay, what classes are we going with?
I'm planning on going with a pretty straightforward warrior thief, white, black, probably.
Makes sense.
Also, you might notice the text here, a little off. I do have a different font than the default attached here, so there might be a few issues like that on at least like on this side here.
Yeah, it's either that or dealing with default Arial the entire time, and I think this is overall better. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I thought you were going with a different naming convention, and I was worried. If that thief's name was Dave.
Chat rules for this game. I mean, generally, don't talk about things we haven't gotten to yet. I mean, I can't be spoiled because I have played this game before, but, if you have like tech suggestions or anything, like that's fine. But I want to play the game and experience it. This is technically a new experience for me because I've never played this version of Final Fantasy 1. I played the GBA version, which is updated from the original, but this is this plays more like the original game, the original release of the game with spell slots and everything. So I kind of want to experience for myself. But if you have like a very light, like general tip, that's fine. That's fine.
Jack's back, baby.
Jack's back, baby.
Thief's kind of bad.
Thief's kind of bad. Yeah, but I like how the thief looks, so we're going to...
Thief is manageable from
Yeah.
what I remember.
Yeah.
Like, I think the one thing is, like, Thief doesn't have any particular advantages over Sword class in this one, basically. Same thing with
No
Black,
ceiling? That's weird.
Black Belt. Yeah, there's no ceiling.
Hmm.
It's still better than,
Because alternatively,
Thief
I
is
might go
still-
Red Mage because of the aesthetic, but...
Thief is still better than Monk.
Yeah. I really like the Thief. The Thief is an iconic look to me.
Let's go with Thief. Thief's fun.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with this basic party here.
If I remember right, Monk, like, starts out really good, but tanks at some point. Because Monk is very...
It might be. That's generally how Monk works in a lot of the games. It might not be the case in FF1, but you know, I'm not worried about like optimal play on this game necessarily.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Especially because, like, from what I understand, while this version of FF1 is closer to the original, it still has a lot of more modern friendly things in it, like mainly healing items other than potions.
Yeah. After this opening cutscene, which by the way, this is really cool. I like this. This is a cool way to do this opening, which otherwise was just sort of a text on blue in the original release.
Yeah, I think it might just drop you right in the game.
Oh yeah,
actually.
the original game just starts. The original game just starts basically.
And you really only get the opening cutscene once you do the shrine.
Yeah, once you do the shrine and cross the bridge. I distinctly remember it's always when you cross the bridge that you get the opening, the sort of soft opening of the game, where they're overlooking the hill and such in certain versions.
We're here to kill chaos.
I'm still placing my money down on that game with Jack and crew being the villains of this game, being the bosses. Aside from Tiamat. Yep. Controls. All right. Oh, hey, little mini map. Okay. Anything we can do about the audio in here? Aha, volume.
Yep, yeah, I hate it when games do that. But...
Yeah, let me mess with volume on the front. Okay, that's definitely better for me at least. Cursor memory, I love cursor memory as an option. We can get here's our CRT filter.
Classics just scan lines, and the scan lines are just transparent bars.
Yeah.
God, that's a weak sauce.
Yeah, like I'm actually one of the weird people who kind of likes the sort of scan line stuff that like certain remasters do of old games.
Oh, I'm a connoisseur of scan lines.
I love even if they're not authentic, I do like a lot of how they look, how the feel they give to them. Like I like them in the Castlevania Advance collection, which is funny because those are not games that you played with scan lines before. But
straight up, I have a scanline filter in my media player, so when I'm watching older TV shows, I can turn it on. Like, I genuinely, while none of those imitate it perfectly, there are certain shows where you can really tell the difference and tell that they were filmed or animated with scan lines in mind.
I like the look of the mini map in here. Oh, I wasn't expecting a mini map inside of buildings. That's very nice.
Yeah, it's a nice touch, especially because like, it'll make it a lot easier to find your way around some of these maps, which from what I remember are unnecessarily big, empty-ish rooms.
Oh yeah. If this also works, if these also happen in the dungeons, that's very nice.
the ones that place a screen on the TV model. Yeah, those are pretty good. I
Yeah.
think my favorite that I've seen now is there's one for Xevious. I think it is a Xevious remake that straight up has the Xevious logo burn-in simulated. Because a lot of those arcade cabinets would have the logo up so long, it would burn into the monitor. That's the kind of attention to detail you love.
It's very
the one
good.
thing, the one thing that they didn't restore from the original version of this game that does offend me, that I am aware of, in the original NES release of this game, they were not 4 crystals; they were 4 orbs.
Yes, they were 4 orbs.
And I want the orbs. Give me orbs.
Yeah. I'm sure everyone here is somewhat familiar with Final Fantasy 1, but just sort of a quick rundown. The big thing about this version of Final Fantasy 1 in particular is that magic uses spell slots because compared to like other versions of Final Fantasy 1, I mean. And the reason for that is that Final Fantasy 1 is more or less AD&D the video game.
Don't forget to go to town. We probably need to buy some equipment.
Right. Yeah. Look at that water. Look at this like weirdly high def but still pixely water.
Yeah, that's really a neat effect.
That's really cool. Really weird, but kind of cool. The City of Dreams.
Classic dancer sprite.
Okay, you both have knives. You both have staves.
Guess you could get
rapiers are higher damage but lower accuracy, and hammer is higher damage with no accuracy.
So rapiers are probably what we want.
Yeah. Oh, only 8. That's pretty cheap. Yeah, get rapiers for these two. I don't think we need a hammer for our white mage necessarily. White mage ain't gonna be. I mean, I don't know. We might want it as backup.
Here's the thing: hammer is very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, you know, you're not gonna want to be spending spells all the time.
No, this is correct.
So, having a decent physical attack on her, not a bad move. I always assume the white mages in this are girls. I don't know why.
They are generally depicted. Generally speaking, they do depict white mages as female in most things. Although, except in this game, the original the updated sprite, the white wizard, was rather distinctly masculine for sure.
That's true.
Armor is much more expensive.
But fortunately, only 2 people need it. I think the thing that's really gonna run us back is magic.
Oh, wrong. I put the wrong one. Yeah, magic was always the most expensive for sure. In all of these games. Restore the crystals to grace. We definitely want healing. Oh, actually, that's not too... Well, level 1 magic.
Yeah, but we're buying individual casts. So
right, yeah, that is... Sure. I think, yeah, you're right. That is something I have to remember.
No, maybe not, actually. I might be misremembering.
But they only... see, we can only do 3 spells for each of them, though. So we have to decide whether we want damage to undead enemies, or if we just want stat boosts. I think in general, protect is something we want no matter what.
I feel like Blink is supposed to be pretty good in this one.
I know Blink is very good in 5, for sure. But 5, also, you just get to have all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with support for that. And of course, for our Black Mage, we must go with the iconic ones first. I think sleep.
I think sleep.
Yeah, I don't think focus. Lowering an enemy's evasion. It's not. I don't. We'll see
It's
if that's.
hard to
We'll see
say
if
how
that's a
useful
really big
that'll
deal,
be.
but I doubt it.
Yeah. Oh, that's Sage Lucane. You
Oh,
know
that's
him.
Sage.
Oh, and he was the one who prophesied this in the first place. And he just left?
You stink.
You stink.
And you know, we
And
want our
I-
items. Ethers
They
are
have
somewhat affordable.
And ethers exist.
Yeah, ethers exist. Ethers. I remember definitely that ethers exist for this.
Yeah, they did not exist originally.
Yeah, restores 1 MP for each magic level. So this is how you get more how you restore your casts. Let's get how much we only have enough. So let's get 2 potions.
I do think we might want to start by just fighting guys in the field at
We might
first.
want to fight some guys in the field, yeah. But yeah, we currently have 2 casts for each character, each of our 2 magic casters.
Gubbins.
Oh, listen to that guitar. And the trumpet. Oh, yeah. I'm into it. Actually, you know what? Smack a goblin.
What if they got the Tokyo Ska Orchestra?
Okay, you cannot all cast, which makes sense. That was not a thing in 1.
Yeah, you get Fire 2 in this one, I think.
Yeah, different versions of fire of your spells will hit multiple. Gobos are not much of a problem, even at level 1. I think we don't even need to use magic on them. But yeah, this game does have fully updated music, very orchestral versions of the classic songs.
Yeah, it's neat.
Oh, I'm gonna love these trumpets the whole game. I can tell. Let's see what. Yeah, let's at least see what a level up looks like in this version of the game. Yeah, before you came in, I was talking to the chat about my my plans with this sort of series. Is that I plan to play through the entire series, aside from the MMOs and the mobile games.
Yeah, that's fair. Those would be
Yeah,
tricky to play through.
I do plan to play. I mean, I'm going to play 14, obviously, because I play 14, and I have that already slated for Fridays this month at least.
Yeah, but that's
that's not part of
that's
this.
its thing. Yeah.
And I might at some point play FF11 on stream, but that's more going to be in sort of as a switch in for 14. If I swap out, if I get in a lull of 14, because I do like 11. I started up 11 earlier this year and had a pretty good time with what I played.
11 is interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting game. It's a very old game. It's a more interesting old game than the other current older MMO that's active.
World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the game that is that's about a year or 2 newer, and just never clicked with me fully. But 11 feels a lot more like what I like. Like 11's vibe is very, you know, that one PS2 RPG that, you know, no one talks about, but you rented and had a good time with, and
Yeah.
it left a weird a mark on your impressionable brain, RE aesthetics.
Yeah, that's understandable. As somebody who
Blue goblins.
Bloblins, as somebody who has gone back to older server versions of Maple Story, and also recently like marked out for a DJ Max Maple Story crossover thing.
Mood.
Yeah, I get liking an older MMO and it hitting you in a certain way.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, like I grew up on Maple Story for sure, so like I definitely vibe with that in particular. It's hard to
Yeah.
go back to current MapleStory, but it's also hard to go back to older MapleStory
Yes, yes.
in a lot of ways.
I've been getting this. I've been getting pretty
So-
much the same experience as MapleStory recently by I'm grinding levels in Circle of the Moon.
Yeah, that's very much the same feeling. Grinding levels, grinding cards, especially in that game.
Yeah. I'm only grinding levels right now because I've got the card combo that I probably need to win the game.
Oh, that's
Now
fair.
I just need levels.
So some things I've noticed about level ups, for sure,
Mhm.
is that, each class obviously levels up only certain stats, mostly, primarily. We do not get healed on level up. Our health stays exactly at the same number.
Well, that's what ends are for.
Yep. That is what an inn is for.
I didn't play a lot of games before the WoW era, MMOs, but my brother did. My brother was hugely into MMOs when we were a kid, to a point that it kind of became unhealthy, but that's beside it.
So, let's look at our stat spread at level 3 here. Our warrior, a fairly high strength, very high stamina. Stamina is the highest part, and attack, obviously. That makes sense.
Him intellect
Yeah.
one.
Agility, luck are our main stats. Stamina and intellect, very low. Defense, very low. Yeah, good defense comparatively. But evasion, very high. That makes sense.
Yeah.
The interesting one, our highest HP value of the entire crew is our white mage right now. White mage has enough health to sort of live a bit, to take a few hits probably, which makes sense. You want your character who is going to heal you to live.
Yeah.
Rather high intellect, but not very high in most of their stats. Evasion is fairly high for their low agility and such, but they can avoid damage. Black mage, our lowest HP by far, 27. They will not survive a hit. They will not survive many hits.
But a very, very smart
Yeah,
boy.
they are also fairly good at evading though, and also they are very glass cannon.
Makes sense.
And you can notice that at level 3 we have 3 level 1 spell slots and 2 level 2 spell slots already. Oop.
Okay, so here is my prediction for how Thief will perform in this version of the game. I think Thief will do slightly better than original vanilla FF1, just because healing items are better in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So having a character who can act before the enemies and use good items is actually more useful
Oh yeah.
than it would be, at least. But yeah, older MMOs, there's a very different feel to them.
Yeah.
In a sense of like, balance wasn't really a thing.
Oh yeah.
Balance wasn't cared about nearly as much.
The big thing I have noticed with 11 especially is that older MMOs also are built on the MM part of the game is much more part of the design. They expected people to be talking about this game, to be sharing with each other things that they have found and through exploring and trying things out. The game does not give you a lot of direct information. The information is not necessarily not there. It's there. It's just a lot of it. I mean, a lot of it isn't. But you got like what drops what obviously is not there, and that's the thing where you have to look it up or ask people like, hey, what drops this item? Like I remember starting F11. There's an early side quest in the starting area I was in to get a It was some kind of part of an animal, it sounded like by the name. But it did not drop from that animal. It dropped from it was actually a flower that you got from bees. I think something like that. It was like a cat. It was like I don't want to say like it was a cattail situation. Like not a cattail, obviously. I would have recognized it's a cattail, so it's obviously talking about the plant.
Yeah.
I think it was specifically salamander tail. That's what it was. It was a salamander tail.
Ah.
Anyways, let us fight Garland, my favorite boy. Garland was my favorite character in the Dissidia games. I love the armor look he has. I love the big sword he gets.
Garland will knock you down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna push you over and then laugh.
So Protect is an interesting one with the spell slot system because we can only use it so many times now to defend people. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna protect our Black Mage, our squishy boy. And then save the other 2 spell slots for heals, probably.
It'll be a little more open once, we have a lot more spell slots.
Yeah.
And money for ethers.
For sure. I actually did not see how much damage Thunder did, so I don't know. If there is going to be an elemental, if Fire or Thunder is the better choice here, if they're both about the same.
I didn't catch it either, but they're probably about the same.
And also, you know, as you can see now, Garland's not a hard fight, really.
No. He's
Garland is checking if you understand the basic gameplay, for sure.
He is just tough enough to be like, well, you need to have the stats to deal with them. And, like, the encounters that you're likely to run into at this shrine.
Yeah.
Because, like, they're, like, 15 wolves or something.
Oh, Black Mage got a big health boost with level 4. Dang.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I wonder if the boosts are somewhat random. For 1 through 6, my plan is to prioritize the pixel remasters, and maybe later on I want to play the later versions that have bonus stuff. I do kind of want to play the 3D release of 4 at the very least at some point. Maybe the 3D release of 3, which is not very good, but 3 is also not, from what I understand, not one of the good ones really in general, but I'm more interested in the pixel version of 3.
I think 3's okay as long as you're aware that
so I think 3 is...
the way its job system works is how jobs work.
Yeah, from what I understand, 3 is okay if you are following what it wants you to do. There's not a lot of wiggle room, is where 3 kind of falls apart, I think, is what, as I've heard. But we'll see when we get there, for sure. I'm excited to play 2. 2 is the one I'm excited to play, because 2 is really weird.
2 is very weird.
2 is very weird, but after looking into it and kind of seeing how 2 works, 2 isn't bad. I think people who say who think that 2 is just straight up bad are more just saying 2 did not come to where I wanted it to be. 2 wanted me to meet it where it is. 2 wants you to meet it where it is. Like it's not really 2's not really a product of the time. 2 is honestly pretty ambitious. 2 is experimental. There isn't a lot like 2 back then. There's a lot like 2 is a proto Saga game, and Saga games are still very unique today compared to their
some of them are very fucked up.
Some of them are very fucked up. 2 is very much just, it's a very ambitious game. And 2 is, I think, the game that sets the standard for Final Fantasy as I view it, which is why I like Final Fantasy a bit more than Dragon Quest. And that is, Final Fantasy is always a game where they're doing something new, doing something different. Even the games that people don't fully care for in the series as much, they're doing something different from the contemporaries of its time. Like 10 had the sphere grid, which there wasn't a whole lot of those in games at the time. There's a lot of them in games now.
Yes, there's a lot of them in other Final Fantasies now.
As well as party swapping and such. Those are two of the big mechanics for 10. 13, a very controversial game, had the paradigm system, a very weird, interesting system. 12 is a weird, sort of like not quite MMO, which has its own problems in how it works, but they've later releases have sort of cleaned that up a bit. And of course, you know, threes, and the license board. License board is a big deal. 3 is, you know, the job system, the proto FF5, and then 5 is the sort of the ideal, the platonic ideal of that system.
Well, it's the evolution. The ideal
the evolution.
is the dress sphere system in 10-2.
Fair. I mean, I just mostly mean like, yeah, 5 is definitely like the evolution, the sort of the full realization, basic realization of the job system and how it can work and what it can do.
Absolutely.
6 is a game where Six is a game where the main thing is there's a lot of fucking party members in 6. It's a really big party in 6. You are having
just a moment. We actually make sure you have this in this version of the game.
Yes.
You can leave without getting the loot in like every other version of the game. I think.
You can. I want to say in the GBA version they had already fixed that, but like yeah. But yeah, oh shit, my mouse has been on screen this whole time. I am window capturing.
Oh no.
Yeah, you can't see it. You can't see it because you are on Discord side stream. But I just looked over at the stream and my mouse has been on screen. Oopsie.
I had that issue.
Yeah, I do have to window capture this game because I had some issues trying to get it through game capture before.
I love this cutscene, by the way.
Yeah. The bridge is fixed.
The other thing that FF2 sets in stone that defines the series, and I think makes it better than Dragon Quest, is it decides, rather than, hey, we're going to be defined by a mix of generic fantasy and gag manga, it decides instead, we're gonna do like whatever weird sci-fi thing we're interested in right now, and also Star Wars.
Yeah. Two is where the storytelling of Final Fantasy begins,
which is like, mostly we're doing Star Wars.
Yeah.
We're doing some kind of Star Wars. For a while, Final Fantasy is just doing different retellings of Star Wars.
Well, you know, Hero's Journey and all that. A lot of things end up being like Star Wars because that's just the nature of things. Oh, I forgot to heal. Oh well. We will go to the inn in a second. But yeah.
We could probably make it to the next town without healing.
Probably. Yeah, the Zodiac Age version. That's probably the version of 12 I'll play, is Zodiac Age, yeah. 12 is extremely Star Wars.
So fucking Star Wars.
Like I said, I might be like kind of like, I don't want to say that everything's like Star Wars, you know, with things that when it's just more like they fit the same general framework. 12 is very Star Wars. 12 is so extremely Star Wars.
It's just Star Wars.
Oh, and here we go. Here is the scene. Infamous opening.
Mm-hmm. I like this opening.
Yeah. This is, in my opinion, right here, this is possibly like the most iconic Final Fantasy music. This song. This is the Final Fantasy song. But yeah. And I don't mean to, and like when I say storytelling, I don't mean to say that the storytelling in this is necessarily subpar, but it's an AD&D game. It's a very general fantasy. They do have the sci-fi stuff definitely starts here in one of the dungeons, but
100%. And the ending, and the entire ending.
The way the ending plays out is very, very cool. It's part of why I like Final Fantasy 1 so much, is that it's still going for its own kind of thing, even at the beginning. It's still got its own kind of, like, it's still not like, again, not to shit on Dragon Quest too much. I love Dragon Quest. I really love Dragon Quest. It's a cool series. It's a very general fantasy series. You know,
I like Dragon Quest 8.
Dragon Quest 8 is very good. Dragon Quest 8 is a very solid one. The only one I finished is 1 and 7 in Dragon Quest, so like I'm not a big judge of that series. I started 11 recently, but after finishing 7, but I haven't made much progress in that. Like, Dragon Quest is much more a series where in the games where you start getting more characters, it's a much more character-driven series for sure, in my opinion. You know, once you get past the first few games where you're just playing sort of nameless, created characters, more or less. Yeah, Dragon Quest V is one I want to play at some point. You know, it's a very interesting one. I think if I were to like list classic RPG series that I want to play through after this, Dragon Quest would probably be the third on the list, with the original Phantasy Stars being number 2.
That's fair.
Which is not very many. There's not very many Phantasy Stars, and I've already played 1 and 3. I do kind of want to play 2 a little bit, but I really want to play 4 for sure. Phantasy Star is a series that I really love, just from having had the GBA collection of 1 through 3 when I was a kid, and just getting so into 3, which is a very weird game. It does a lot of very strange mechanical things that are very interesting, but also kind of aggravating. But it's also just the aesthetic of old Phantasy Star is supremely my shit.
It's very 80s anime.
It's very 80s anime. It's very the way I always describe Phantasy Star before online. Yes, I will do Phantasy Star with you, Molly. I'm not. I know you of all people definitely want to be there for Phantasy Star.
Rio, it would definitely be destroy and cry, because I'm just imagining Rio crying with a bloodied you in her arms.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what would happen. Which is why
yeah,
you can't do Phantasy Star without her.
Yeah, so the thing I was going to say is that the way I've always described pre-online Phantasy Star is this very pulp sci-fi fantasy. You know, like, if Phantasy Star were a book, it would be the cover of that book would be like some sci-fi stuff in the background, but the front is like a girl in armor with like a dragon in the sky or something, you know?
Yeah.
Right. There's a whole genre of these, and I don't have any names off the top of my head of just like these books that are just like very pulpy, but also are this mix of fantasy and sci-fi, and that's the first 4 Phantasy Stars to me. And as much as I like online's really cool. I do miss that aesthetic for the series. Like there's still stuff of the original Phantasy Star in online and online 2. Yeah, Star Ocean hits that a bit. Star Ocean is a series I'm not as interested in playing personally. Maybe like the original. maybe like the original Star Ocean.
I genuinely don't think I've ever been as mad at a video game than I have been at Star Ocean till the end of time. And not even the thing that normally makes people mad, I didn't even get there. Just to be clear, the thing that makes me mad about Star Ocean is, straight up, there is a bit, like,
come on, dude,
near the beginning of the game, where you are in a wagon trying to escape from an area under cover. The wagon starts shaking. A character looks outside and says, "Oh no, we're being attacked by dragons. We'd better jump out." And the entire party jumps out and rolls down a hill, and you never see a fucking one of those dragons.
Oh no.
You're just told that dragons are attacking you off-screen. I didn't need something good. It could have been just dragon models with particle effects flying from their general direction at the wagon. That's all I'm asking. They didn't even do that.
So we can see now, level 2, magic is much more expensive. We definitely want Get Blizzard. We want that element. We want our 3 elements covered for sure.
Slow is good in some games. I don't know if it'll be good here.
Yeah.
Considering this is turn-based. Well, that's...
These are also pretty expensive.
Yeah.
But, let's see now, what is the stats on Rapier again? It's +9, +5, So it's only a little bit stronger, but it is a big accuracy boost, which might be useful for sure. Missing is very painful in these kind of games for sure.
Giving that for the teeth.
I think the first thing though, before we get weapons, we want to get some armor for sure. Armor is probably something we should get first to be responsible. Not talking to these boys yet.
Didn't they? Oh my god, the off-screen juggler. Jugglers are not expensive. Jugglers have low rates. Nobody wants to hire a juggler. You can hire a juggler easily. That's why you hire them for TV shows when you need somebody doing something fun at a fair.
Okay. Okay, shield and arms are separate, so I don't need to worry about that. So I can just buy these for everybody. And defense +1, weight +1. I don't know exactly what weight does, but
I think weight, if I remember right, affects action speed.
It probably affects like the order we go on in once battle starts, for sure. Compared to the enemies, but weight +1 is not a big deal.
Yeah. It should not be hard to find a juggler. You're exactly right, Rio. That's the Star Ocean thing was the equivalent of in a video game not finding a juggler. You just need to find a model of a dragon. You probably had one for fights anyway, and you just needed it to shoot a fireball. That's it. Like, you didn't even need to animate the wagon that much. You could have just, like, jiggled it up and down. I'm not asking for much.
So, we can try the pirates now, level 5. We might be able to do it.
I think we'd probably be okay if we're fully healed.
Yeah.
Pirates aren't exactly tough. They're, like, on the level of
the
goblins,
great pirate, Bicky.
I was reading that as Bickle for a second.
I also thought it was... I was reading it as his name being Bickle Keelhaul.
That would be a good name.
That would be a very good name for a pirate. I want to save that for, like, if I ever play a pirate in a tabletop RPG, you know?
Hell yeah. We'll make their bones go crunch.
Technically, I am going to play a pirate in an upcoming tabletop RPG with my friends, but, like, not that... I'm not starting as a pirate, so can't use that name yet.
Save it as an alias for later. Sleep might actually be better here.
Oh yeah, sleep might have been the better choice there.
It's fine.
We're able to deal with these guys pretty well. I imagine the boss will be a little harder, but like probably fine. Ding. I'm actually just gonna defend with Jack here.
That's fair.
And then save my spell casts for the great pirate Becky.
His name is the same thing that a Canadian would say when responding to the question, what's your favorite cheap pen brand? Vicky.
Goodbye. Those men are dead. Oh, right,
Nope,
we don't actually have to fight.
He immediately gives up.
Right, we don't actually have to fight him.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah, he just gives up.
It's been a while since I played FF1.
That's why I said you probably wouldn't have a problem. It's just the sailors.
Yeah. Come on, this guy.
Why put the NPC there? You know what's gonna happen.
This strange mohawked man.
The strange punk
Oh my God.
from an 80s anime.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, come on, thank you.
And now he won't let you out.
Yeah, we're now stuck in the inn. That's the rest of the game.
You settle down here and it becomes Reciteer.
Ah, and now that we've dealt with the pirates, people are coming out. There are elves across the sea.
So many of them just say that, though.
Yeah, that's the thing with it. That's definitely the thing with this game is a lot of NPCs say the same things as each other. You don't get each person with unique dialogue like you do in most other RPGs. I wonder if it's based on sprite, more or less. Aside from, like, things like the guards. Oh, come on, come on. Classic Final Fantasy strategy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. Far to the west. Alright. Earth is to the west. We're going
I will
west.
say, every time you talk to the generic villagers here and they say, thank you so much, in my head just plays, thank you so much. A lot of people are gonna want to come here to see this.
Well, we actually got a decent amount of money from that fight. We could
Stole
buy
a
some
lot,
stuff.
Go figure.
Yeah, we could buy a couple things. Hey.
Kind of feels like they purposely put that there so you could actually buy some of the new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Invis is alright, but I might be wrong.
Invis lets us put blink on other people for sure. That's a good one. Blindna Blindna being able to cure darkness, probably a good idea to have.
Null Shock will be very good when it's good.
Yeah, Null Shock will be very useful when we need it, for sure. But we can only take...
I'd go for that first, probably.
We can only take 3 of these.
And we can only buy one right now.
Yeah, we can only buy one.
I vote Null Shock, because when we'll need it, we'll need it.
Yeah. I'm willing to bet.
And,
I think of the 3 level 2 slots, we're probably going to skip Silence.
Yes, almost certainly.
I think Silence is the one we skip because
Silence
could be useful if it works on things.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it's not going to work on the things we want it to work on.
Like, I have a feeling only a handful of these status effect spells are going to be worth anything in this game. Because you're dealing with spell slots, so, like, it's a real gamble.
There's an economy you gotta think of. There's an action economy going on. Alright, and then buy this for our thief.
Yeah.
For Jean. Sell the rapier for 4. And begin our journey west.
Right. The ship does not protect from random encounters at all.
No, it does not. I can't think of an old Final Fantasy where that is the case, honestly.
Yeah, true.
Understandably, thunder deletes a fish. So I have to wonder if these stat ups are somewhat randomized, maybe? If like if there's a rolling factor, or if it's just that certain specific levels give higher ups to certain things than others.
I feel like in this one they just kind of tried to differentiate the levels a bit too hard.
Maybe. Because I mean, that's the thing, is like we generally get very low health ups for Jack here. But but we did at one point get a very large jump. So
yeah.
It's definitely going to be a thing for sure of maybe a couple times we might have to grind and see wait for a big jump.
It takes to, get that big jump, yeah.
Oh, sharks are tough.
Yeah, seems like it. Fortunately, not.
Oh, sharks are tough.
But, oh my god. They're moms.
Damn it. I mean, I knew both times I said it that I was tempting fate.
Yeah, it was gonna come up.
Okay, but that's a lot that was a lot of experience, so
Eventually
sharks are worth it.
Eventually, the two neurons in my brain of word tough and funny mom joke were gonna fire. Stop looking at me with those big old eyes.
Okay, big eyes. Big eyes does not have a lot of health.
Yeah. You just know he was gonna do something messed up if you left him alone, though.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Also, something I just remembered while moving around. These versions of these games have 8-way movement. Oh boy, oh boy. This is a flea. I'm not.
That's a flea. That's a flea. Oh boy. Get out of there! Whew.
Yep. Now, see if we can figure out where the town is.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
When did you save last?
Never.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's okay.
As
I
soon
got
as
this.
we're out of this fight. As soon as we're out of this fight.
As soon as we're done here.
Oh. Believe me, I've streamed before.
Yeah.
And thought, I don't need to save, it's fine, and regretted it.
It's fine. We're fine.
Yeah, we're okay.
And look, we got a level up. Doesn't help us necessarily, but it does make us a little stronger.
Jack will hit harder now, it'll help a lot. Definitely.
Okay, saved.
Okay. Now we're good. 100%, no problem.
Do we have to make landfall at specific on specific
I think
tiles?
you have to land at docks, yes.
Okay. That makes sense. That's why they
Yeah, it's
exist.
very limited. It's very limited travel in this one. Boats are, you know, when they give you a mode of travel in in a Final Fantasy game this early, it's not going to be useful to get anywhere.
Yeah.
You're gonna use it once and then you're done.
I mean, you know, my biggest experience with Final Fantasy is 5, where they give you a boat at the start and then immediately take it away.
Exactly.
Okay.
And like when you're in that boat, you can go to like 2 places.
You only get to go to 2 places. You go to the first dungeon, you go to the first town, you go to the second boss, and that's it.
Yep.
Popping my white mage spell slots there.
Yep.
Okay, here is
Okay,
the
there's
dock.
the landing point. And I guess this is on the other side of the mountain, so...
Yeah, Ward Wolf.
Lord Wolves.
We are going to continue to flee for a bit.
Lord Wolves, how fascinating.
Okay, we are faster than these wolves, so they're probably not too big of a threat anyways, but I want to get to a town.
Do you want me to pull up a map?
I'm good for now.
Okay.
Look at your yeah, I get you. The warg set is the glam the Molly really likes.
Yeah, it's furries love that set.
I don't know if that counts as like a call out or what. Oh, you linked to
Oh, the
glam.
LinkedIn show.
Oh, the LinkedIn show. I do not have links on. Sorry.
Links are illegal in this chat.
Send it to me on Discord,
Mhm.
and I will look at it later or something. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
Where's the town?
The town.
Is
Oh,
there a town in this cave?
it's Dwarf Town. Lolly ho.
Lolly ho!
Ooh, money.
Hey, that emote I use all the time.
With a crystal eye, even the blind can see. Ah, yes, Matoya's crystal eye. Y'all have some kind of healing implementation here? Anything to make me die less?
Nope. Potatoes.
Narek.
Gods!
Ah, yes. I remember now. This is where we bring nitro powder later. The Mystic Key.
Hey, you know how Dragon Quest does that thing with the key that you need
Yeah.
later on to open?
Mhm.
I've never liked that.
No, it's a little annoying. Aye, that's Narek.
Hear that sound? That's Narek. He's smashing his balls in another room.
Look at that pixel torch. Look at that fire on that torch.
Yeah, that's
highly animated.
that's a little much, honestly.
The castle treasure room. Yeah, because that's right. We have to go. We have to go help the elves. I think is where we get the nitro powder. Maybe.
You're not allowed to rest here.
Nope.
Save again.
Yeah, I'm gonna save outside.
Save in a different slot. Just to be real safe, thank you.
God, they're even like collapsing in this.
One by one.
Oh, that's cool. If there's like a little like background image of the spot you saved in the back. That's cute.
Just to help you remember where you were.
Okay, let's see if maybe going down. Nope, down. I can see already from the zoom in that just happened. Down is nothing.
Let's head to the old.
Maybe we should head to Corneria real quickly.
Yeah, let's head to somewhere we can not die at.
The only health that matters is the last one. Worst case scenario, we load the older save and just float over to Corneria from there.
I think that might be the move at this point.
Yeah, because the waters are much more dangerous. Aside from the regular Sahagins.
Yeah. Okay, nobody's dead yet.
We're in single digits.
Somehow. Mara?
Hmm?
Mara?
I am going. Look.
Good luck.
I am trying. Gaze. Okay, it didn't do anything.
Well.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Come on, man. Oh, come on. Well.
He's dead. He's
Oh.
so dead.
The enemy got to flee. I did not. Alright, cool. Alright, we are loading up the older save.
So in other words, Big Eyes literally just sticks around to stun one of your party members and then
vacate the premises.
Yeah. Fuck him.
Yeah, what a rude boy. Okay. Going straight to Corneria.
It might not be a bad idea to just be safe be close to a safe, friendly dog. heal a couple of times and just go into some boat fights.
Yeah, I'm
to
gonna
get a
maybe
bit
just
instead.
grind in the Bay of Corneria here. Oh, come on.
Mhm.
Okay, I thought that might be a click thing to make it go faster. Okay,
It's very touchscreen.
yeah, there's just that just having this little square fast forward symbol in the corner.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Elf Town is where the grind starts happening. So, yeah. All right.
You know what they say. Elves love to grind.
Oh, that shark ran away.
That shark's a coward. Do they say that who? You know, folks. Very hopeful fans of Legolas?
I love the Black Mage pose here.
Mhm.
Look out, I'm about to cast.
It's very behold.
Everybody stand back, I'm going to post.
That pose also makes me think, you could make a Manos the Hands of Fate mod for the Black Mage.
Nice,
Pretty good.
nice.
Nice. Nice. Nice. Nice. No, no.
That's also a lot of
it-
it. That's also a lot of gil we got from that. Dang.
Nice. See, that's a common misconception. It's not Sahagin Chief or Sahagin Chef. It's Sahagin Jeff. That's Jeff. It's a very common name among Sahagins.
My other idea for the naming joke I was gonna do for this was various forms of Jeff.
That's also good.
And I at one point was thinking, okay, one will be Jeff, Jeff. One will be Geoff. One will be GIF, and one will be El Jefe. that was the joke I was thinking.
That
of.
wouldn't have been bad either.
Yeah, I was considering Jeff with a PH as well. That was an idea. The highlight of the joke for me was GIF, and I was just gonna say the third one. It's pronounced how you think it's pronounced.
This naming scheme is variations on John, kind of.
Yeah,
And also Jack, because he's here to kill
Jack is a
chaos.
nickname for John,
Mhm.
so it counts.
And he's here to kill chaos.
Yeah.
It's not just a desire, it's like a thirst.
Yeah, this is just because nice.
Nice.
Because John Final Fantasy is a very fun thing to say in my mind.
Mhm.
Yeah, graphical interlace files. Haley gets it.
That's when you make a
Whoop! I was not expecting pirates.
that's when you make a GIF out of denim.
Yeah.
These look like sexy Shovel Knight costumes.
Yeah, kinda. it's very funny, the spell animations in this being very high definition.
Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna actually move towards town number 2 again, so we can buy some, so we can get some more stuff, because we have much cash.
Hmm.
But yeah, I've been excited to do this sort of stream series for a good while.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy is a series that has meant a lot to me, for sure. Despite even though I have not played many of them, and I want to close those gaps in my sort of experience with the series, because the ones I have played have cemented themselves as some of my favorite video games, for sure. Including this one. And I would like to have my own experiences with the ones that are maybe more popular or more controversial. You know, I want to experience 7 for myself. I want to experience 8 for myself. I want to experience 13 for myself. You know, instead of these conversations that happen all the time whenever these games come up that go very one-sided.
Yeah, especially in a lot of the circles that we hang out in, those conversations do tend to be pretty one-sided.
Like the main place I see 13 talked about is, like Fantuesdays chat, and obviously he played the game, so he has his opinions based on playing, and I can respect that. But I also, I'm generally a much more lenient person on games than a lot of people.
I also personally, I quite like 13. Like how it works.
I know a lot of people who really love 13.
13's biggest problem is it takes way too long to get going, and that's definitely a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, its build-up is very, very, very slower than it needs to be. But once it gets going and the battle system actually starts rolling, I think it's a lot of fun. And, like, throughout it, I like the story, but that's because I like the stories about, like, people making extremely bad decisions all the time.
Yeah. Same.
And 13 is extremely that. It's a bunch of people, due to their own emotions or ego or other things, making very, very bad decisions.
Yeah. It's a similar thing of, like, stuff I've heard about 8 that makes me really want to try it. I think as I understand from what people I know who I trust, to be basing their opinions on their own experiences and not just, what they've heard. People who I trust for that. 8 is a game that kind of gets the Neon Genesis Evangelion treatment in a lot of ways that it used to get, at least that series used to get of. It's a show where certain characters act ways they do because they are young, they are children, they are, and, like, I can understand that's not what someone wants out of a story sometimes. I'm also a big fan of the game Tales of the Abyss, where you have the main character who is extremely a man-child, but the plot of that game is extremely about him getting better, and I love that about that game.
Yes.
Also, yeah, you are very good at hitting auto mod. Yeah, I've heard snow is a little disappointing overall in 13, but man, we will see when I get there. Okay, so I think for our fight for John Prime here, we want to go with the broadsword, because, like, 1 point of attack
isn't worth it.
Yeah, for 5 less accuracy, like, that's just all downsides from the broadsword.
Absolutely.
In general, axes are not worth it in most Final Fantasies.
Yes. You only use them if you have to.
Yeah.
Usually.
You use axes.
Unless you're a warrior in Final Fantasy XIV, and then it's just your weapon. because that's how MMOs work.
Okay, I'm gonna allow this one. I don't have a strong opinion on it. I think that is. I think that the character definitely has a bit of a attitude that I think is emblematic of the character, that is part of how people feel about her. But I have not played enough of that game myself to say much. Okay, so now we have 500 here, 750 at the other place. So yeah, we have enough to get all our level 2 spells. So blind and invis.
That's not how it works in this one.
Yeah, that's not how it works in this one. That's Fire Emblem. Another RPG series I probably will not be streaming much of here.
Fair.
I like Fire Emblem. I'm just not gonna stream it. I don't want my stupidity to be on full display. So
I
think slow is a very strong one because reduces all enemies' number of attacks. That's a big deal in this game, I think.
Yeah, that's true. That it's number of attacks. I didn't.
It's all enemies as well. Hitting all enemies with that. That's a good bit of support for sure.
Definitely.
Dark, or I feel like Temper is probably the way we want to go. Maybe. I feel like buffing a party member is stronger, but I don't know. This one hits all enemies. But it depends on if they are vulnerable to darkness, to being blinded. Yeah, it's interesting to play a Final Fantasy where I have to think about which spells I buy.
Yeah. My last statement on that, Rio, because I don't want this to become the
I don't want to have
about FF13 hour.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about FF13 until I get to FF13 much.
I don't disagree with you on Lightning's personality, but the exact reasons that you're listing as to why you don't enjoy her character is why I do. She is awful. She is awful to everyone around her, and she is constantly angry and defensive because, like, she's got issues, and I love that. I love that about her. Because, like, sometimes it solves problems, sometimes it causes them. Like, she is both the member of the party who pisses everybody else off and gets them offended, but she's also the one who motivates them to get shit done.
Mouse on the screen again.
It is, yeah. It's a weird game, and that's why it doesn't land with everybody, I think.
Very expensive, but a big defense boost.
I think it's worth getting.
Yeah.
Like, what else are we gonna buy with Gil right now?
Well, items.
Healing items.
We are very low on items in general.
That's true. We probably want to level up some more anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna grind some more no matter what. But yeah, 13 is a game I don't want to talk about too much until I get there. For again, the reasons I talked about is that I don't want to have my opinions on these games based on what I've heard. I want to experience them myself.
To bring it around to something else I want. Hey, real fucked up that there isn't a good playable version of Tales of the Abyss.
Yeah, the most recent version of it is the 3DS.
Yeah,
that's
and
the version
like a 3DS.
That's the version I've played the most.
Platform to play that game on.
Yeah, I of all games, the fact that one never got like a PC release just.
Hey, remember how the PS2 version has like the horrible frame rate on the world map, and how there's a dungeon that partially takes place on the world map?
Yep.
That poor game.
That game's so good. That game deserves like a good remaster, re-release kind of thing for sure. But I can understand that it's a game that I think they imagine that there's not going to be as big of a demand for it. Like Vesperia got the big definitive release, in the last year, because that's the big game. That's the one that everybody loved for years and years.
Yes.
I actually have, yeah. So Atelier, I have thought about like if I want to play those, if I want to like stream those or something. I don't know. Atelier is a series that like I think looks interesting. I've heard people who really like it. I've never had a big like personal like call in like my heart or anything to say like I should play the Atelier games. I've never really felt that with them. So it's like it's just like it's not like a negative feeling about them or anything. It's just nothing. It's just sort of a nothing feeling about them.
Oh, nice skill and XP, by the way.
Yes, very good. I think honestly, after Final Fantasy, what I'm actually probably gonna play. I mean, I want to play the Phantasy Star games, the first 4 Phantasy Stars. I think that's that may or may not be right after Final Fantasy. This might be concurrent with some other RPGs I want to play. I also want to play the Trails games, which is a very big time commitment for those. And I want to play the big one. I really want to play because this is a series I love, and I've only played a few of them, but it's a super iconic series that speaks to me very deeply as a fan of the Legend of Zelda series. Is the East games.
Oh, I was about to say East.
Yeah, I've played through 1 because that's a game that is very short. 1. I have played through a lot of 2. I never finished 2, and I have played. I brought up my Windows menu. 1 second, gotta close that. I've played through the PSP remake of 3. I think is what it was. I don't think it was the one for 4. I know they did remakes of 3 and 4.
Oath?
I think I played Oath. I'm pretty sure I played Oath.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it's Oath that I played.
Down is pretty good.
I don't know if I finished. I don't know if I finished Oath, but I did play
Ark
it.
of Nepishtim, which is the same engine.
Yeah.
And Geese Origin. I fucking love Geese Origin.
Yeah, East Origin.
Really
East Origin is a game I played a little bit of, and I want to play it before. I want to play it. I want to play it again more because that's a really cool game. But yeah, I really want to play. I played the PSP release of East 1 and 2. And fun fact about the PSP version of East 1, that game comes with an instruction manual because those were still happening in that time.
Yes.
The last page of that instruction manual is a full walkthrough for East 1. That's how short East 1 is.
Cool.
You can make a Oh yeah, the more recent Easts are way more JRPGs than the old ones.
They've got actual proper parties. Also, like, I think in the most recent East game, Adel's a vampire now or some shit.
Yeah, Adol became like some kind of like
weird.
Monster Man vampire thing. I don't know. I have avoided everything about East 9 because I want to play that game fresh. Same with East 8. Same with East 7, East 8. All the East games I have kept blind on.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to play those games for sure. It's a little sad that if I did do an East playthrough, there would be one blank spot because East 5 has never been released in the West, like ever. And there's no real recent port. The most recent version of East 5 was on the PS2, and I've never seen. I don't even know what that version looks like. The original version is when they were doing like side scrollers for the series. Like there was a time where those games were side scrollers, and that's weird to me.
Yeah.
But like the original version is like that, and then I don't know what the PS2 version looks like at all. I've never seen footage or anything of it. But yeah, that's something I would have to look into, like if there is a fan translation out there somewhere, because I don't know if they're ever gonna like release an English version of that game. But yeah, as I said, East appeals to the same part of my brain that really loves The Legend of Zelda. So it's just Adol and Link feel like the same kind of character.
An article from 2013. Ys 5 fan translation released. Full series now available in English.
Cool.
It is specifically the 16-bit Super Famicom release, which is the first Zelda-like one, top-down. So,
Okay, that's cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I might look into that. I might look into that whenever I get to those.
It's an Aeon Genesis translation, so it's probably not hard to find.
Yeah. Yeah, they have Ages versions of Phantasy Star 1 and 2. I think the Ages version is the version that's on Switch, and that's the version that I played, that I first played to completion. That version has a mini-map. It has a map maker when you're in dungeons, and that makes that game a lot easier to play. Phantasy Star 1 is an old-school dungeon crawler. It's not kind to you in any way, shape, or form. Oh, 3D remakes? I did not know that. Did not know that that was a thing. Oh boy, our boys are down.
Not our boys.
Smack him in the eye, please. Yeah, Phantasy Star 1 is a rough game to go back to. I definitely recommend if anyone wants to play Phantasy Star 1, play the Switch version. That's the easiest way to play the original, the closest to the original that you're gonna get for sure. I bounced off Phantasy Star 1 and 2 when I had the GBA collection because I was a teen and did not have the patience for it at the time.
I think I have, like, a 360 Genesis collection that has the Phantasy Stars in it, and I just never got around to them.
I have, like, 3 different copies of Phantasy Star 4 across all the different Sega Genesis collections that exist. I have it on Steam. I have it on my Switch now. And I've never touched Phantasy Star 4.
Sorry, I'm looking at romhacking.net because I was looking for that hack. And apparently, good news, everybody. There is a new hack for Snake Rattle and Roll for the NES that gives you unlimited continues.
Good.
It's something I meant to mention when I was streaming earlier today, the Sega Channel stuff. But the streamer, the hacker who did that hack, the Sega Channel revival, has done several other hacks. Most of them are like difficulty rebalances for otherwise terrible games. Like one of them's for the Addams Family. One is for the Genesis X-Men game, which isn't very good. And one is for Chakan, which I wish I'd known before I played Chakan. But yeah, just makes a trend of doing those. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd choose to do that.
Yeah. If you had a GBA cart, that might have been 1, 2, and 3. I don't remember if there was one that was just 1 and 2 before that. Because the version I had was 1, 2, and 3 on the GBA. And I played pretty much all of 3. 3 is a really cool game. 3 is an RPG that has a very strange magic system and sort of like a weird grid kind of balance thing you mess with for what you use and what you learn. It also is a game that has one of the cool things about 3 that I really like is that it is a generational story. You start you choose the game is divided into basically 3 acts, and at the end of each act you choose it does the Agarest thing basically where you choose one of your female party members.
You choose a wife.
Yeah, you choose a wife basically, and which one you choose determines who your starting character is in the next act. It actually does change the next character and what they learn, what their abilities are, and some other changes to the plot occasionally. And so by the end, you have 8 or so different potential protagonists for the final act. It's really cool. It's a really neat game. All right. Ooh, Remedy, obviously very expensive. Okay. Let us buy some ethers.
Heck yeah.
Let us buy a Phoenix Down.
Ooh, tent.
Tent does HP and
What does
MP.
cottage do?
Fully restores. Partially.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like tent is always like a specific amount, whereas cottage is always the full heal. That's a very expensive. The cottages are very expensive. Oh my goodness.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Once
let
you
us
get to
buy
the end,
2
that'll be
tents
fine,
here.
though.
Oh yeah, what do we have to sell? Nope.
I will be right back.
Okay. When we play Fantasy Star 3, I probably won't do every child. I probably won't do that many runs of it. I might do a couple. I might even just do one. I don't know. We'll see how I'm feeling at the time. How much? Because the thing about Fantasy Star 3 when I play it is Fantasy Star 3 is a game I have technically played before, even if I don't remember much about it. And Fantasy Star 4 is a game I haven't. So I'm going to want to get to Fantasy Star 4. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I will play. Yeah, I might just do. Yeah, I might look up. We might look at a guide or something, or you can look up a guide and tell me later. I don't mind spoilers or anything for Fantasy Star 3. And I'll decide like what. Yeah, if there's only 2 major path swings in terms of like overall story, that's probably how many times I'll play the game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, every ending is canon because the games are separated by literal millennia. I'm gonna skirt the coast here to see where our next, what other docks we have.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Hello, I'm back.
Oh, well, I'm immediately paralyzed, my boy here. Oh, jeez, the shark took a chunk.
Damn them.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, he's dead. Yeah, our
Wow, rude, Rio.
Our thief
Jeez.
might be a bit squishy.
Well, you know, that's how thieves do.
Yeah. I do not believe there
I
is a...
like his fall over sprite.
Yeah, it's very good. I do not believe there is a row system in this game, so we cannot have characters be lower priority by moving to the back. However, so long as he's dead, everyone else is going to get a little bit more experience points. That's this kind of game. That's the kind of game this is, where they split. It's a pool of experience points that is split between the living characters. He's not a healer. Yeah, once we get AoE, that'll be nice to have.
Yeah.
Even if we can only use it a few
times. This game loves sending huge parties at you.
Yeah. Another big thing that 2 sort of sets in place also is the core combat system of at least these older ones. Starts with 2 for sure. Aside from like ATB, which comes later, but like sort of the basics of combat definitely start with 2. 1 is a very outlier kind of game outside of like the GBA version, maybe the PS1 version. I don't know.
I feel like some of the changes I've heard about in the PS1 version are real weird.
The PS1 versions of these games are all really weird for various reasons. Like the biggest one being, hey, you want to play a classic Final Fantasy with loading times?
I played through all of Chrono Trigger with PS1 loading times at least.
I think more people. I think of all of them, that's probably the one more people played on PS1 than the others that were on PS1 for sure.
Yeah.
But also, it was the first version of 5 that ever got released in the West, so I think a lot of people probably played that. Oh, the PSP versions are great. Before these releases, the PSP versions of like 1 and 4 were like the ideal for me, and I'm eternally sad that 5 and 6 never got those, because those games would have been great. Yeah, you could open the disc door and not get encounters. That's the thing, is like, I think when I want to play versions of 1, 2, and 4 that have extra content in them that are not in here, in these versions, I will probably play the PSP versions of those games.
Makes sense.
I think, there was a lot of, worry about like the sprites in these releases. I think, looking at this now, that's not a problem. These sprites look very good, in my opinion. At least in 1, but of course, this is 1. We'll see how they look in further games. But I think they all look really good from what we've seen in promotional material and such as well for all the other ones. But obviously that was founded on that worries from the previous releases of these games on Steam, which were the mobile releases, which
were not great.
They do some strange things with the pixel art for sure. And like these are not just like direct updates of the original sprites in most of these. These are sort of a middle ground between those in a lot of these versions of the pixel remaster versions for these games. I think the ideal of sort of HD pixel art in these games was the PSP versions of 1, 2, and 4. They are not like they are major updates to like the general look of them, while still maintaining a pixel art quality. Like they aren't just like take this sprite and like update it. It is like they are whole new sprites in very high definition in a way. Oh, inns do not revive. Okay.
How? Oh, you must need a Phoenix sound.
Yeah.
That's good.
I love the fleeing animation for the mages is like tapping a foot. Okay, I'm not. It's only for Hagens.
Yeah,
it's not gonna affect the experience the disparity any further than I've already taken it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Jack is already starting to hit a little harder with physical attacks compared to our hammer wielder. Right, it's not pause, it's not start. Well, it's a good thing we bought this. That animation, that pose was very good. Did you see that pose when he got revived?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, other games that I want to stream that are not necessarily new to me that I want, but I do want to share with people that I care about and want to show these games off.
Yeah.
I had mentioned in your chat Steambot Chronicles. Game I really
Heck yeah,
love.
I love that game.
Yeah, we kind of said I think that like whichever one of us gets to it first, we're gonna guest on those streams with.
Yeah.
That game's really good. Another RPG that I really love that I want to share at some point. Radiata Stories. Is another.
Oh,
RPG.
Radiata Stories. Yeah.
Yeah, Tri-Ace RPG with the main tagline being a game with hundreds of characters to recruit as party members.
Oh boy, I've been down that road before.
In a very Suikoden way, you know. But like the main thing being, almost every NPC is recruitable as a party member.
That's fun.
It's also just in general. Aside from that, that's mostly a gimmick. A lot of characters are really not worth it, obviously, in that. But like. It's mostly a gimmick for the but like it does make some interesting gameplay decisions. I mostly like the game especially for the aesthetic and the story. It's a very JRPG kind of fantasy story for sure. Like in the vein of like it's not like wild and out there like any sort like some of the more contemporary Final Fantasies of the time or anything. But it's not like Dragon Quest basic or anything.
Right.
But also having a very gag manga kind of tone to it in a way that I really like.
Okay.
As well as a very cool OST, in my opinion. That's another part of it is the battle theme for that game is very good.
Good. I just was worried because I recently played through Chrono Cross, and that game's use of having too many party members caused problems.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's an issue. I don't think it has that issue.
I think being more humorous across the whole thing would help. Like, Chrono Cross is a very funny game when it means to be, and sometimes an absolutely hysterical game when it doesn't.
Yeah.
Which one of you will be the spermatozoa to inseminate Earth? That's literally an ending. It's a lot.
Oh, yeah. Chrono Cross is a heck of a game.
I still like that game, but God.
Yeah. I mean, in other, controversial, debatable, good PS1 RPGs, one that I want to play, that I've never played before, and I want to stream, Xenogears is one.
Xenogears is neat.
Yeah. I know in the circles we sort of hang out in, Xenogears has a reputation, a little bit.
Yes.
I don't necessarily agree with that reputation from what I have played of it, and also what I have played of the other games in that quote-unquote series.
Yeah, the quote-unquote series is the only way you can put it.
Yeah. I've said before to you, I know, you really like the Xenosaga games. You've talked about them a lot.
Yes.
I couldn't particularly get into them. The first one especially. Mostly is the one I tried, and I didn't really want to try, and the other was I couldn't get in the first one. I also I have very strong feelings about Xenoblade 1. Those are very strong negative feelings about Xenoblade
Right.
1. I don't like how that game plays at all. The gameplay of that is very awkward. Kind of from the fact that it is a Wii RPG. I can understand it, but I just don't like it. I do, however, have the also kind of somewhat controversial opinion of really liking Xenoblade 2 a lot. Just because it plays better, in my opinion. So I'm interested in seeing. It's also like one of the big complaints that the Xeno games get is the very funny obsession with like Gnosticism. Which I am personally super into.
Yeah, it's
I love that stuff. I love that stuff for both unironically and in the sort of ironic sense a little bit sometimes. But like I legitimately just love stuff doing that. So I really want to check out Xenogears myself.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's an interesting game.
Yeah.
The way I put it is like it is a game where every character has a weight stat. That weight stat is affected by food. And the entire thing that weight stat does is change their sprite width on one screen of the entire game. That's all it does. Nothing else.
Very wild.
Why did they put that in their video game? I don't understand.
You just have to understand the vision of the 12-part epic that they had.
Like, it's just...
Okay, I can kind of see on the map here where the docks are, actually, now that I look, so I'm headed towards where I think the next dock is. Because the first one we found obviously did not lead us to any progress. The Dwarf Town is not progress.
The Dwarf Town's just a Dwarf Town.
The Dwarf Town is pointing us at progress, I think, but not exactly progress. Yeah, some games have decisions like that for sure.
Yeah, it makes me think of all the weird mechanical quirks in Symphony of the Night, just because they had time in development. The thing is, based on how certain parts of that game go, they probably didn't have time in development to do that kind of thing.
Yeah,
they just, like,
from what I've heard.
were maybe working on it for another reason and decided to do that anyway.
Yeah, from what I've heard about how that game kind of... I don't want to say it thens, but it does sort of an equivalent of thending in the middle of it.
It compresses a lot in the last disc in
Yeah,
a way that somebody I know who played through recently, and I'll straight up say tends to be a lot softer on older, weirder games than a lot of other people, said that it was an interesting, different way to tell its story at the very least. Which, you know, I think that's gonna be a thing that works better for some people than it does for others.
Yeah.
But yeah, the last disc of that game is very compressed and suddenly plays very differently from the rest of the game and RPGs of the time as a whole in terms of pacing.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say how much of that is intentional, but the feel for a lot of people is definitely that they ran out of time.
Wait. So this is like, it's got the staff icon, but it's only equipable by our warrior. That's very interesting.
Yeah, Does it have a description of what it is? You'd have to buy it to see that one.
Yeah, I also don't know what button to push for descriptions, because it only gives me keyboard prompts.
Well, you have a keyboard. Right?
Okay, I found the button.
I want to know what the crozier's supposed to be.
Yep. A staff topped with an iron ring.
Oh, so it's a monk's staff.
Yeah, it's probably a monk weapon, is what that is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it can also be used by ascended casters,
Maybe.
but like it would
By that
probably be
point.
way outdated by that
Yeah,
point
by that
anyway.
point, you're not gonna use it. Yeah. But yeah, on the subject again of more games that I want to stream, just sort of hashing out my ideas now so that I can plan future months and such of stream schedules and such. A game I meant to say that I keep forgetting. Series that I really love that I want to share. Dark Cloud 1 and 2.
Those are good games.
Dark Cloud. Both games as a whole basically are in my top 3 of games.
Fair.
I love them a lot. I love Dark Cloud 1. It's not a good game. It's got a lot of issues. But I love Dark Cloud 1 a lot. And Dark Cloud 2 is an actually good game that I also love.
Dark Cloud 2 is a roguelike golfing sim.
Yeah,
and that's
roguelike
pretty
golf.
neat.
That is correct.
One that I want to play in the same sort of window.
Oh.
Not necessarily because it's good. I don't have a strong opinion on that either way. But because it is weird, and I like playing weird games. Rogue Galaxy.
Yeah, Rogue Galaxy is also one I really liked. Same devs from PS2. Molly loves Rogue Galaxy. The main reason I have not said that I want to stream Rogue Galaxy is because I know she has wanted to play that game a lot. Oh, share it. No one's bad mouthing Rogue Galaxy.
I'm not bad mouthing it. I'm not bad mouthing it.
We all
That
love
is
Rogue
not
Galaxy
what I'm
here.
doing. I am fond of it. I am just also like, it's a weird game.
It is a very weird game, but
bigger than it probably needs to be.
Yeah, but yeah, that game's
But like in an interesting way.
Yeah. Rogue Galaxy's very good IMO. It's a very, very, very good game.
You can catch bugs.
You can catch
and
bugs.
then duel them in a bug arena.
You can fight those bugs. Yep. You get to make things through a whole like mini Factorio.
Mm-hmm.
Like
one of your party members is a dinosaur who loves coffee.
Yep. One of your party
He's
members
my
is a large
favorite.
dog man with gun arm.
He's also really good.
Yeah, that is Molly's favorite. I'm pretty sure. Digo is very good. I love Digo. Oh yeah, all 100 floors will go stream. Hey, if I stream Dark Cloud 1, I'm probably gonna do the 100 floor dungeon in that game. You know when you get the 100 you know what the ultimate reward for the 100 floor dungeon in Dark Cloud 1 is? The strongest sword in the game for your main character. Do you know when you get the 100 floor dungeon in the game? After you beat the game. The very last thing you get in that game is the strongest sword in the game, and you have nothing else to use that sword on.
Yeah. That's just for bragging rights at that point.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I could just buy a name tag and name the weapon that.
Yeah, the name tag glitch is very funny forever.
I don't think it's a glitch. I think it's just a cheat.
Maybe it is a cheat. Maybe it's a debug thing that never got toggled off.
I feel like it is entirely an intentional exploit you can do for fun.
Probably. I mean, it makes sense that it's there. Also, in that grinding in that game is a nightmare. Do you know what
in the first game?
No. Do you know what the most efficient way to get materials get the things for building up weapons is in Dark Cloud 1? Fishing.
That makes sense.
Dark Cloud 1 fishing is a chore. But it is if you fish for there is a certain fish that when you catch it will give you a lot of points towards getting a diamond, which is the best item to put on any weapon.
Yeah, diamonds are super useful in that one.
So the end game grinding of that game is going to the desert and fishing with fishing with poison apples in the desert to try and catch the very rare fish and trade it in for diamonds. There he is.
Fish to diamond pie.
Yeah, here lies Link.
Link's fucking dead. I can't believe it. Fucked up.
Yeah, the Digo the Digo story, the whole Digo storyline in Rogue Galaxy, very good. Yeah, look, level 3, we are now at 1,000 gil a spell, but we are getting the next level of spells.
Rio, you will possibly be upset when I say this. I think every time I've played Rogue Galaxy, the farthest I've ever gotten before I got distracted by other things and did not go back is like mid-Digo. Like literally every time. I didn't get deep into the... Look! I didn't get deep into the Digo. Apparently there's good Digo content. I didn't get to the good Digo content yet.
You know, to be fair, Rogue Galaxy gets to be some moments of grindy and hard to keep attention.
I just have a bad habit. So, like, I've already talked about how I really love the Xenosaga series, right?
Yeah.
I literally played Xenosaga 3 to the last boss. I was at the save point right before it, and then I stopped playing that game for a year. That just happens. I just do that. Genuinely, I've joked about it, but it's not a joke. Part of the reason I've started streaming is it means I actually finish games sometimes.
I mean, that's kind of why I'm doing this.
Yeah, that's fair.
This kind of thing is like, I've played Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 12, Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 10. I've played all of those before. I never finished them. So I'm doing this to force myself to finish them.
Fair. Completely
also,
understandable.
Elf Town has level 3 and level 4 spells.
By the way, I'm starting Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen this Friday. I wonder why.
Also a very good game that I will never play again.
A very good game that I have played the first, like, solid chunk of, like, 50 times and then stopped and not gone further.
Mithril is very good.
Really ties. That's rough when a game ties together at the very end. But, like, games do that.
Yeah.
I'll straight up say it. Kingdom Hearts 2 doesn't tie together until the last area.
Yeah.
And people love that game.
Yep. Five years. Dang. It's a hell of an app. Oh yeah. The elf castle is also home to one of the most infamous tricks, I think, of RPG. Walk around.
Evil, evil, evil.
I can't go in here yet because I have... Aside, I like that there's just one phrase that is changed between what this elf says and what the door says. Yeah, time to head west. Cobra. Those are not cobras, by the way.
Yeah, they don't have, the flares.
They do not have hoods, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh boy, we're immediately poisonous.
Cobra. But look, you only have so many snake names to apply to generic snake sprite.
Yeah.
They're probably going to call these guys pythons too, even though they've got fangs.
Yep.
Well, I say that. I think pythons do have
Some
fangs.
some pythons have fangs, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
The big
Hey,
thing
have you ever heard of...
The big thing they don't
Randomus.
have is pits. Pits are what make a python, I'm pretty sure.
Random aside, have you ever heard of a movie called...
No.
It's like 7 S's.
I have never heard of this.
It's not very good.
I can imagine.
It is a movie about a guy who starts working with a snake scientist. Snake scientist is doing the classic B-movie evil scientist thing of being convinced that humanity will die off, and his favorite animal is the only thing that will just survive the apocalypse. So he starts giving the main guy a serum to turn him into a snake.
Okay, here's how we revive without a Phoenix down, is this guy.
The main reason I know it is Reb Brown, the guy who plays Blast Hard Cheese in Space Mutiny, is a random jock in it who gets killed in the shower by Snake Man.
Snake Man.
But yeah, the movie. So the movie has like a body horror build-up with the main character in that movie, where he's like getting scales, stuff like that. And like it's not amazing, but it's like decently done on their budget. In the ending to the movie, he just becomes stock footage of a king cobra. Like they just jump from him being like relatively human, but like snakish, to being stock footage of a normal-sized king cobra.
That's great. That's really good. So, another thing that we've now learned. Inns do not cure status effects. And also, the noise when you are poisoned on the overworld is very funny. I need one fight so I could get some money to go buy an antidote.
Need fight money so I cannot die of poison.
Alright, go beat up Gaia. Enjoy.
God, it'd be funny if you couldn't afford the antidote.
I couldn't afford. Yeah, they gave me 1 gil from 2 snakes. All right, we're gonna go out. We're gonna go outside and use a tent. Or actually, no, I will just use. He can handle having a little less health while we grind.
I've seen Samurai Legend Musashi, Rio. You did recommend that as a game I could stream, and I do have it through means. It is genuinely something I have considered as a stream option, just hasn't come up yet. But I have seen this design. It is a good design, and you're right. This is great. Music to punch wolves too.
Now imagine this, but it's Zun trumpets.
That'd be pretty good.
That would be pretty good. I'd be into it.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
Toho
I get
is
it, it's a good
I
design.
have never touched, but I kind of want to in some ways.
Same here.
At least some of the spin-offs that are not necessarily shmups.
I don't know. I
like
tend to
the
like
fan games, but-
bullet hells in terms of shmups, at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried them. I do like shmups, so like I might try those either way. They're very cool games.
Have you ever played Radiant Silver Gun?
Sorry, you kind of mumbled a little bit.
Have you ever played Radiant Silver Gun?
I have not.
You should play Radiant Silver Gun.
I have heard. I have heard about that. Radiant Silvergun is a game. That's what I've heard. Is that Radiant Silvergun exists? I don't know anything about it, but
Radiant Silvergun. So Treasure was originally a bunch of devs who wanted to make shooting games.
Yep.
But couldn't at Konami, so they left and made their own studio. Radiant Silvergun's the first time they actually got to make a full-on shooting game. And they went fucking wild.
Very good, very good. I can applaud that energy.
And like, just straight up, I don't think there's a better name you could come up with for a shooter than Radiant Silvergun.
No, that's
Like,
a fantastic name.
It's impossible to beat. It's genuinely impossible. The main gimmick it has is, okay, so you know how in Gunstar Heroes you have a bunch of different shot types, and you can combo them. What if you were playing a shooter where it had a similar system of you having 3 different shot types that you could combine into different kinds of shot types, right? Now, you have those at all times, and you combine them by just holding buttons.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot, and every shot is important in certain situations in the game, so you need to learn all of them. Also, the combo of all 3 is the Radiant Silver Sword, which is a bullet negator that also is your bomb.
Oh yeah, Molly. I forgot to say earlier. I was just looking at Discord. Your glam does look very good.
Hell yeah. Anyway, I recommend it. It's a lot. I tried streaming it, but Saturn is just like slightly beyond my system's capabilities.
That's
to play and
understandable.
stream at the same time.
I'm gonna buy some things here. No, don't have any money for Echo Grass now. I'm hoping silence is not an immediate issue in the near future.
Hopefully, yeah.
Because I don't want to grind here, because grinding around here seems not as fruitful at the moment. I want to try to make progress. But those snakes are going to be a problem, maybe. So I wanted to buy some antidotes.
One more thing about Radiant Silvergun, because it's funny to me. Radiant Silvergun is a game that takes place in non-chronological order.
Oh boy.
So, you start on stage 3, then you go to stage 2, then stage 4 and 5, and then stage 1. And stage 1 is at the dawn of humanity.
Okay, I'm into that. I'm really into that. Legitimately.
And the game is like a horrible nihilistic time loop.
Very cool. I'm into that. That's definitely something I'll have to check out at some point. Don't know if it'll be streamed or not. I have played some of Grandia 1. I want to play the Grandia games at some point because I liked what I played of 1 for sure.
I know nothing of Grandia.
Yeah.
What even is Grandia? I don't... The only thing I know about Grandia is they accidentally made the Miss text in German, Fraulein, in that one remake. That's all I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have both on Steam already, so I don't need to worry about getting it on Switch for cheap or anything, but yeah. But yeah,
Wait,
they are...
there were 3 Grandias.
There are 3 Grandias. As I understand, Grandia 3 is one of those we don't talk about it kind of sequels. But
what's Grandia Extreme then?
I don't know I don't know.
What is Grandia Extreme, Rio? Do you know?
Key.
No clue? Okay, so Grandia Extreme is just something that exists.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna look. I've gotta know.
Okay. But yeah, Grandia is one of the games that's kind of on my potential to stream list. Or Grandia 1 and 2 at the very least, maybe 3. I don't know. That and I also want to stream. I also want to play, at the very least. I don't know if I'll play the whole series, but I want to play Breath of Fire 4. That's one that I have friends who highly recommend, and and that game looks very cool. I want to play that at some point.
I'm curious about that.
I also want to play the Wild Arms series. That's the other sort of series that I want to touch.
Okay. Grandia Extreme is a side story in the Grandia universe. Or the Grandia series. It's just another Grandia game, but they called it Grandia Extreme for some reason.
You know, they did
So
that sometimes.
So there are 4 Grandia games, I guess.
Yeah.
I want to play, because I still don't know what actually happens in that game, Alundra.
Yeah, Alundra is a series I don't know anything about, but as a game I don't know anything about, but it's a name that I know.
Apparently the only thing I know about it is
I
did read a translated interview about Alundra recently. Don't ask why, but apparently the first game was very dark and grim. And then the second game is like a weird comedy thing. And that's interesting.
Big boys. Big boys.
They are very big boys. They are very big, very soft boys.
Yeah, they got a kind of a softness in their
yeah,
face.
They've got soft boy hair.
They got like soft boy hair. They got like a soft boy face. Tell me a fun thing about Wild Arms.
The arms are extremely wild in it.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I am seeing what Molly wants to share. But yeah, thank you for your contribution. Sure.
You're welcome.
That's pretty wild.
Aw, that's fun.
That's a pretty neat way to do a secret dungeon. Oh boy, are these gonna poison me? I think these are gonna poison me. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nice.
Nice damage, though.
Yeah. Fire did not do as much as I was hoping. Oh. John is not doing so hot. As he do. Chunk, 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 chunk.
It's not something I want to play sight unseen. Because, I've played an RPG that didn't work for me recently, and, being invested in it and disengaging midway, is always a little rough, but, I want to play, potentially on stream, but maybe not, Evolution.
Oh, if you stream that, I want to be there for it. I
wanna know.
had Evolution Worlds on GameCube, and that game was very interesting. I never finished it, but I did play a fair bit of it. Evolution Worlds specifically is the GameCube collection of both games in the series, but as
they put them in one game. They mashed them together.
That game is interesting, yeah.
They used the forbidden technology that they had sworn to seal away after Sonic 3 and Knuckles to lock on the cartridges and make one disc.
But yeah, if you do stream that, and you don't have to, obviously, don't want not to pressure you or nothing.
Clown Tails. I just heard about Clown Tails. Hold on.
Feel free to go look at the Clown Tails.
I'm going right now.
Woo.
Hold on. People linked the Room of Infinite Tales.
Alright. Where is this marsh cave? Is it maybe on the southern part of this continent? On the other side
Can't
of the
believe
mountains?
they put all this other stuff in the way. Unbelievable.
All these messages you gotta scroll through.
Oh, the Room of Infinite Tales here? Yeah, I've seen this before. It's not a good Clown Tales. None of this is good. I
Unfortunately.
kind of think the trench coat, sunglasses Tails is at least funny. But otherwise, nah, this sucks.
Yeah. Penders, maybe. In other things that I also want to stream, I was gonna say like I said, if you do decide to stream Evolution or Evolution World, whichever version you choose to do, I would like to hang out for that one. That one is something I liked as a teen. In a like not something that I liked in a way that like I think about it and like want to play it ever again. I thought about if I wanted to stream it myself, and I decided, nah, probably not. But like, just in general, I don't really care enough to play it again myself. But I would hang out for like a stream of it, for some streams of it or something.
It is definitely something where I would want to put some time into it just to make sure that it is interesting enough to me to be streamable.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a weird enough RPG that I feel like a lot of people know of it, but like forget about it, or you know,
or have
that,
heard of
like,
it, or have heard of it being talked about as a weird thing that happened, but not don't have experience with it or something, you know.
Jade Cocoon also is one.
Jade Cocoon is one I
to
actually
look at.
have Jade Cocoon physically in my house.
That rules.
I don't have anything I can play it on aside from my PS3, and PS1 emulation is weird. But Gigasworm.
That's one that So there were a couple of games where I would read the walkthroughs of them in Tips and Tricks magazine obsessively, and that was one. The other one, which is also a game that I've been thinking about checking out for a while. Again, since we're talking about RPGs, none of these are... I would need to try them before I play, or plan to stream them.
Yeah.
But Guardians Crusade for PS1, or as it's known in Japan, Night and Baby?
Hold on a second. Guardians Crusade.
I'm pretty sure it's called Guardian Crusade.
I am looking that up because it sounds... I think I also have that physically.
Nice!
I think... So, this is a thing with me of just like... I rented a lot of games as a kid. I think I rented Guardians Crusade at some point. Because I have a vague memory of renting some game with a character that looks like the main character of Guardians Crusade in it. An early 3D game on either my PlayStation or my N64, and like for years I can never remember exactly what game it was. But when I saw like Guardians Crusade once on like GameStop and I looked it up, it was all like, is this it? Is this that game I keep forget I can't remember the name of? But yeah, that's just what I want. I just wanted to make sure that that's what I was thinking of when you said the name Guardians Crusade.
But yeah, it's just an RPG, but your party throughout the entire game is a single knight and a monster that is a baby, and you raise the baby, and it becomes different forms, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm curious about it. Never
These
played
are these are dangerous. Their ability to paralyze.
Yeah, well, this is taking from like.
And this is where my decision to not get Dia is gonna hurt me.
Yeah, potentially.
This is the part of the game where we fight a lot of undead.
Oh, Jack. I've heard good things about Bahamut Lagoon, but never played it.
Yeah, Bahamut Lagoon. I've seen a bit of it. I actually think Molly might have streamed it once, a few times that I watched. Very interesting game, for sure. Yeah, the big Evo tree for the dragons. God, Jack. The evolution paths for the dragons is definitely one of the most interesting parts of that. It's a very intricate system. Nice. Okay. Time for camping.
But yeah, like if an RPG, the thing that's risky about streaming RPGs is if an RPG is one that you don't enjoy, it's very easy to enter a sunk cost fallacy with it.
Yeah.
Because RPGs are inherently very long. I was getting to that with Shadow Hearts. I'm really glad I cut it off where I did.
Yeah.
Because I was not going to enjoy going through that.
Yeah, I still need to play Trials of Mana. I bought it. I still need to play that. There was another game, another like game series, a classic game series I was thinking about saying that I wanted to play at some point, but I could not remember. I can't remember it now.
Yeah, I'm blanking. There was one I wanted to bring up too. We're bringing up a lot, so
yeah.
That's just gonna happen.
Yeah, I do know that another thing I'm planning to start relatively soonish. You know, as not this month obviously because I have this month planned. But you know, not sort of another sort of RPG series, the Digimon games. I really want to play through a lot of Digimon games on stream.
That's great. I won't have to. I have a feeling that a lot of my audience is gonna start badgering me for Digimon games at some point, and
yeah,
to have somebody else do it.
Yeah, I really want to play most of the Digimon games. Probably not World 1 or 4, but
that's fair. I've heard those ones are messed up.
World 1 is, you know, rough. Their first thing, their first attempt at making Digimon video games and trying to adapt the virtual pet stuff into video game form. Which were very ambitious. Didn't work out very well. They did remakes. They did a remake of it later and a direct sequel in the same vein as that remake later. Those are much better. I plan on playing that sequel later. It's not a sequel to the remake, it's a sequel to the original, apparently, according to how it works. And yeah, World 4 is a bad Diablo. You want to play it co-op, but my attempts in the past to play it co-op over, like, Dolphin Netplay did not pan out. That game is really weird to try to play in the modern era. So that's largely there. But I want to play 2 because World 2 was a game, it was like a white whale of a game for me as a kid, because I had it, but something was wrong, either with me or with the game. I could never save it. I could never save. I could save it, but the save file would not keep. And so I was never able to actually play past a certain point because I could only play for so long, you know. 3 is just sort of a more standard RPG with like it's less a mystery dungeon than 2. It's more of a standard RPG kind of thing with like I don't know a lot of details about how 3 works and such, but like it's basically just a more standard RPG kind of thing. It's also got card games, which are, you know, the soup du jour of RPGs in the PS1 era. And the card game I've heard is a lot to deal with, and part of the issues that people take with that game in particular. But
yeah, sometimes that just happens with RPGs in that era. They have some weird board mini game collectible thing that just doesn't work.
Yeah, the start to Toy Agumon timer is very short. Toy Agumon is a very early partner you can get. Yeah, Digimon is the Digimon games are a series where I probably would not be playing them in any sort of order like I am with the Final Fantasy games. I want to play primarily first. I want to play 2, and I want to play Cyber Sleuth first. Cyber Sleuth is a game that I've almost finished, and I want to finish it because that game is really, really good. That game's really good, and surprisingly queer.
Partially by accident, but
partially a bit by
purpose.
accident, partially on purpose. I don't know enough about. I don't know how much of it is localization, how much of it is in the original text as well. But it's cool. I have not watched any of the 2020 Digimon Adventure. I kind of want to, but I also want to watch a lot of the Digimon anime that I haven't caught up on for a while in my life. So that's a whole backlog there. I have been watching the new Digimon series. It's very good. I do not mind a minor adventure spoiler from early on. That's fine. Okay then, Omnimon shows up in episode 2. Cool. That's interesting.
Nods, doesn't understand anything. I don't know, I've watched a decent amount of Digimon. I don't remember a lot of, like, specific Digimon or things like that.
Omnimon is the big thing about Omnimon is that Omnimon was the sort of big fusion form the 2 main characters Digimon take to defeat the villain of like sort of the post series 1 movie, basically.
Oh, the funny part of the movie where they do emails.
Yeah, the part where in the English dub, a character says very dramatically, "You've got mail."
Hey, the one thing I do remember and very much appreciate from, like, early Digimon is, remember when they tried to make Hey Digimon, like, a battle theme?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. The dub for Digimon is so magical.
There are some very good parts of it and some very not.
Yeah, it's a weird thing that, like, if I were to go and watch it, I'd probably watch the Japanese version. But also, it's like Elvis Edamon is so, like, iconic in a way.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
Our boy is dead. I can see why maybe Thief was not a great choice.
Yeah, he's having trouble. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't plan to restart anytime soon, but also I don't have a Phoenix down.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. He'll catch up eventually.
I might just have to leave here and head back to town.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I do. I am interested in Adventure 2024 is modern budget, allowing them to do some cool stuff. Yeah. for me, a big thing is like I've watched. I have not watched all of Adventure 1. I have watched all of the Try movies, but I have watched a fair bit of Adventure 1, and I have, nostalgia for it and all that. And the one thing I have about Adventure is that for as much as they have nostalgia mined the first season of Digimon over the last few years, I will go just absolutely nuts for any implementation of the original Japanese opening.
That's fair.
Butterfly is a beautiful song.
Mm-hmm. Personally, the nostalgia bait I'd love them to lean into more is just... So, Zero Two is a series that is understandably considered a bit weak. But I love a lot of the stuff connected to the Digimon Emperor, and I'd love for them to do, I don't know, something similar somehow. I just want, like, TK to punch somebody in the fucking face again.
Yeah, the Digimon Emperor stuff is very cool, and it's a shame that one of the unfortunate parts of Try is how the O2 characters do not exist at all. That's one of the big things, that they basically, like, they almost like literally kill off the O2 characters in Try at one point. They come back at the end. They're fine.
Yeah, but nobody dies in Digimon.
They are taken out of
very rarely.
They are put into magical coma pods basically for the entire plot of Try.
Well, if you're trying to focus on the original cast, it sort of makes sense, but still a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame, and it's what's messed up is they do tease the Emperor, the Digimon Emperor coming back as a thing, but it's not him. It's not actually him. Try is... I like Digimon Try. I like it a lot. It's weird. It's got some issues though, and it's kind of got, it's got extended issues of Digimon Adventure as a whole.
Now I'm just thinking about, you got some nice friends there, Davis. It's such a good line.
Yeah.
Got some nice friends there, Davis.
Jeez.
You can do it, Davis, and even if you can't, we won't think any lesser of you.
Also, a good reason for me to leave that dungeon, I realized, right before Jean died. I haven't saved in a while again.
Oh, yeah? Gotta remember. I gotta remember to remind you.
Yeah, it's been an hour. It's been an hour since I saved.
That would have been bad.
Yeah. I do need to play the PSP Digimon Adventure game. If you have not... So this is a game that Molly has talked to me a lot about and got a fan translation a couple of years back. It is Digimon Adventure, the first season, as a PSP JRPG, but with the ability at certain points to sort of go into what-if scenarios.
That's fun.
Sort of explore different some different possibilities of things that happen. Which is very neat. Very cool. I have that. I have that fan translation on my in my library of my PSP emulator, and I do plan to play that at some point.
Nice. That does remind me, though. Other games that I need to play. To go back to games I need to play with.
Yeah.
I would love to stream Radiant Historia, which is all what-ifs.
Yeah.
Oops, all what-ifs.
That is a game I have seen and felt like that looks pretty interesting. I don't know that I'll play it anytime soon because I have a backlog 1,000,000 miles long. But
yeah, fair. I think I have the 3DS version somewhere. Perfect chronology. It's neat. I've never gotten fully through it, but it's very cool. The main thing I love about it is that it very much leans on the idea that the main character is, because essentially his entire job is he is a special ops agent for a government who like does black ops stuff. So one, he's very experienced and knows what the hell he's doing.
Cool.
And
Gotta
like
love it.
that's very strong in his characterization. And two, when the story beat happens of him being presented, here's this book that lets you go back to important moments in history and modify them and change things as you see fit. He basically immediately says, isn't that a really fucking bad idea? Why the hell does this exist? Like, immediately, he's like, why would you ever?
I can answer that. I have Lost Odyssey on a shelf right behind me. That is.
I have both Lost Odyssey and Infinite Undiscovery.
I've heard the name Infinite Undiscovery. I don't know what it is, but I do have Lost Odyssey, and I do plan to play that at some point.
I have heard not great things, but I also had a friend who was a big fan of Infinite Undiscovery and saw it for $2 once, and I bought it. I have
a good friend who is a very big fan of Lost Odyssey, so that is why I bought it when I got an Xbox, because that game is backwards compatible on the Xbox One, so I can play it.
My feelings on Lost Odyssey are, it is a very interesting series of stories that happens to be contained in a distinctly okay JRPG. Because, like, the short stories in that game are the best part of them.
I have bought 5 Phoenix Downs. We should be.
I've never played more than like 5 minutes of Infinite Undiscovery, so I have no opinion on it. The other game I was gonna bring up, as a game that I do want to play through, but not because it's good, but also I know I can play through it even though it's bad, because it is hilariously easy to break. Have you ever heard of the DS RPG Sands of Destruction?
The name sounds familiar.
So, it did have an anime adaptation, first off. The anime adaptation changes a lot of things, which is fair enough. But, Sands of Destruction is a Sega RPG, if I remember right. Where the writer is the same lead writer who wrote Chrono Cross. That game is unhinged.
You love a game you can describe as unhinged.
Like, literally, like, the base premise is just meant to be a twist on the usual thing. You are a party of people who are trying to destroy the world, rather than, you know, the party trying to prevent the destruction. And while this is portrayed in, like, heroic ways of, like, the current order is corrupt and needs to be taken down, it also features things like, so the main character turns out to be, like, in the prologue essentially ends, the main character turns out to, like, be somehow connected to the sands that are consuming the world, and in a moment of emotional turmoil, he causes his hometown and everybody in it to be swallowed up by sand.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. Do you know who doesn't hate to see it, though? Him. He doesn't like it, but he also just doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. He doesn't even stop for a second. He is mostly excited that he is now traveling with the cool girl he likes. Cool girl being a internationally wanted terrorist who her first skill that she gets, her first damaging skill, is a Molotov cocktail. Girl
power.
Yeah. there's literally a scene where there is a guy who's a recurring mini boss. He basically one of the boss fights you have with him is he is taunting you while you're in prison. You somehow manage to get the prison door open and fight him. And the scene ends with like you escaping with some people, talking just outside the cell about what you're going to do next. Meanwhile, he's in the cell shouting, "You're not gonna get away with this. I'm gonna get free, and I'm gonna keep pursuing you." The main heroine, she says, "Oh, sorry. Give me a second." Steps off screen. You just hear a blood-curdling scream. She walks back and everybody starts talking again because she fucking murdered him. Instead of having the mini-boss come back more than twice, the main heroine just murders him.
You'll love to see a girl boss winning.
You do love to see a girl boss winning. The game is also very funny in that, so it's sort of similar to Chrono Cross in that you have two different types of basic. You have a quick attack that is more accurate, but does less damage, and you have a heavy attack that is less accurate, but does more damage. But it's also tied into your action economy. The more you hit with attacks, the more attacks you do. And if you do a full chain of attacks, you get your limit break. So, the actual way to break the game is to just focus when you level up, because you have a choice between upgrading your heavy attacks or upgrading your quick attacks. You just upgrade your quick attacks, and you fire off your limit breaks every turn.
Cool.
It's so easy to break.
This sounds really like a hell of a game.
It's a hell of a game.
Jeez. Also, shoutouts to the music here. The music in this dungeon is something else.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Also, I am quote unquote appreciating the running theme of the game currently, where every other encounter is something that can just put a status effect on me by touching me.
Yeah, I'm appreciating these skeletons with the green booties.
Yeah, I appreciate the skeletons do not have health for crap. They are skeletons. Why would they have health? Why would they have extra meat to be punched?
Because, you know, meaty.
Oh,
right, you've mentioned this before.
Yeah, Malicious. I have talked about this in Tiaria's stream before. It's a really cool game. Malicious
I don't have a
very
PS3,
cool game.
so I can't play it.
Yeah. I may someday hook up my PS3 for streaming and play it, probably. Oh, I think I remember. I remembered another RPG that I've been meaning to play for a long time that I want to stream. Okage the Shadow King.
Yeah, that one, if you do that one, I might want to guess on that, just because that game seems very up my alley.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like this, from what I remember of that game's like tone and such, you would probably be quite into it. Yeah, the bosses.
I will say
the bosses in Malicious are really interesting in how they change. It's a very cool game.
I will say, I have been thinking about picking up a PS3 for streaming sometime down the line. But the main reason I want to do that is because I want to play the game that defines the PS3 to me in my mind, which is, of course, hit game Folklore. I don't know why, but literally any time I think of the PS3 or somebody mentions the PS3, I think, oh yeah, that's the console that Folklore's on.
Yeah. I don't know anything about Folklore other than I had a friend who was a semi-regular guest on a Something Awful LP of Folklore.
Ah. Well, that's fun.
I unfortunately have not spoken to that friend in a very long time. They have sort of disappeared off the internet, and that is very sad. But
That is sad.
yeah, that is all I know about Folklore. Is that friend played that? Is that friend guested on that LP? And I never watched that LP, so I don't know.
I don't know much about Folklore either, other than it's called Folklore, and it is the game of the PS3.
Yeah.
If you ask somebody what the PS3 was for, it was for playing Folklore.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As far as games that I need to play that are on my list that are this month, I am what I'm doing the rest of this month besides Luigi's Mansion and this. Tomorrow and Wednesday, and maybe this might change. Just Wednesdays might change depending on how I'm feeling. Just as sort of a miscellaneous day. I'm going to be playing a Pokemon challenge run called Ironmon, which is going to be a quote-unquote fun time. It's a very hard randomized challenge mode run.
Oh, it's a randomizer. Okay.
Yeah, it's a randomizer built. It's a randomizer run built out of the creators' issues with the concepts of Nuzlocke. But it's not. This is not in that it makes them easier. It is not easier, but it does make it into less of a grindy event. Because you cannot fight the key thing with why did I use a potion? Oh well, they needed healing anyways, I guess. But
it's fine.
The key thing with Ironmon is that you do not get to fight wild Pokemon in this challenge. You can only fight trainers.
Huh.
The other big thing that makes it a hard challenge is that the randomizer has the option to the Pokemon randomizer is very robust. There's a lot of settings in that randomizer, and it's a single randomizer for like all the games up through the 3DS. Even it's really cool. It's a really cool randomizer. You can have it do whatever you want for your purposes of playing Pokemon in whatever way you want. But one of the options is you can raise the levels of things that you encounter. You can raise so like a fight where a guy would have like 2 level 5s and a level 7. You could have that raised up by up to 50%, so that he now has 2 level 8s and a level 11.
Oh boy!
And that is what you do for Ironmon. You make everything 50% higher level than it would be normally.
And you can't grind.
But the thing is that you get more experience for beating things, and of course you have fully randomized moves. So it's fully randomized stats, moves, Pokemon locations, Pokemon evolutions, Pokemon abilities. It's fully randomized in that regard. And so you're kind of just banking. It's kind of a weird, like, hell roguelike, and that's a thing that personally appeals to me in Pokemon, at least. So that's why I want to stream it at least once. Also, I have not answered this question in chat yet. I'm not streaming Pokemon Uranium.
They ruined the Top Boy.
They fixed him. I think they fixed him afterwards, but they did ruin Top Boy at one point. But yeah, no, I'm not streaming Pokemon Uranium. Pokemon Uranium is a miserable game. I watched.
Your mom's a nuclear dragon.
Your mom is a nuclear dragon. Other things for this month, I am planning on another series that that has been in my backlog that I want to play through. Halo, on Thursdays.
Oh boy, how evolved is the combat?
Very evolved. I'm actually not starting with Halo Combat Evolved. I am starting with Halo 2.
Combat devolved.
Yeah. Good night, Molly.
They took the combat back in that one. They scaled it back a bit.
Yeah.
When did they start doing like full co-op campaigns in Halo? Was it 3?
I don't know. I don't know much about Halo, honestly. I know other than like Reach being the one people talk about, and that one's obviously fully co-op in a big way. I don't. Yeah. I know 2 is where they started doing dual wielding as a thing.
Yeah.
3 might be the one where they started co-op, but I don't know. I don't know anything about 3 or ODST or 4 or 5.
You
Other
might
than,
have
other than
co-op,
that,
but I don't think it's story-based. I'm
Yeah.
not sure, though.
but yeah, I am starting Halo 2 this Thursday.
Cool.
And continuing from there into the rest of the games that are, at least the rest of the games that are in the Master Chief Collection, which is all of them except 5. I might play 5 as well. Who knows? 5 is the one I heard not great things about.
Yeah, it was the new studio taking over after Bungie, and I think they were on shaky ground at the time.
Yeah, 2
Just
is the game
with
that
it.
2 is the game that has the Arbiter. That I know that much, and that's the character.
Yeah, but I
fucking
think the
love.
Arbiter has his own story.
Yeah, the
doesn't
Arbiter
he?
has his own
Like, they're
story.
separate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think in 3, it's the big deal that they're working together, so the co-op is one player's Master Chief, the other's the Arbiter.
Oh, cool. Blindness does not persist outside of battle. That's good. Unlike poison.
Yeah, that's good. And yeah, good luck on the challenge run. And given that I am currently in what feels like an interminable, endless stream series where I'm doing a challenge run, I can understand not wanting to fully commit to one.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing I've wanted to play for a while, but I don't know how well the people who come to watch my streams are gonna enjoy it, and how well I'm gonna be able to go with streaming it. You know,
That's fair.
if it doesn't work out, I will swap my Wednesdays to being other randomizers probably for a while. And then Fridays are my 14 days. Depending on the time of it, I might stream the live letter. Yeah, see if people want to hang out, if are willing to hang out for that or not. But
That could be.
I might, but yeah, I'm gonna stream 14 to get into the hang of streaming that and grinding it. Because one thing, whether people watch it or not, I'm going to stream Endwalker. I want to stream Endwalker, and I'm going to do that pretty much that whole weekend.
I'm going to end Streamwalker.
I'm gonna end Streamwalker.
Watch out, Streamwalker. We're coming for you. Who's Streamwalker?
The new Star Wars protagonist. Oh, jeez. My squishy thief.
He's so squishy.
Thief is such a glass cannon. Jesus.
Thief is extremely glass. Thief is played by Samuel L. Jackson in an M. Night Shyamalan movie.
They called me Mr. Glass. I love that movie. I love that movie,
like,
and I choose to pretend that there was never any follow-ups.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that movie. I think the Mr. Glass bit is a little silly.
It's a little silly, yes.
But, like, you know, it's comic booky. That's fair
Yeah.
enough. Like, that's what it was kind of trying to do.
I like what the Mr. Glass twist is kind of going for, but it's definitely not the strong part of that movie.
Yes. In general, Shyamalan's reflexive need to rely on twists is not the strongest parts of his movies.
No, generally not. Generally, his weakest movies, it's largely because he's too committed to doing a weird twist.
He at least doesn't really do one in The Happening, but The Happening has other problems.
Yeah.
God, the cinematography in that movie's beautiful, though. It's fucked up. It's a
It's
very
so fucked
beautiful
up.
movie about people running away from grass.
That is the fucked up thing about M. Night Shyamalan is that
Like,
he is
every
not he's not awful. Sorry, I'll let you go.
No, I just wanted to say, every now and then, I think about the last shot of that movie, where, like, towards the very end, where Mark Wahlberg and Zooey Deschanel are in the two separate rooms talking to each other through a pipe and just committing to the idea of they don't care if it kills them. They don't want to live the rest of their hold out forever alone apart from each other like that. and they're deciding to leave, and the way that it's filmed and like the distance between them, it's really good. And that entire movie is really bad.
Yeah. But yeah, like that's the thing with Shyamalan is that like there's a lot of good qualities to his movies. There really is. It's just the bad parts are so bad.
Yeah. Treasure chest fight.
Yeah. I chose not to unpoison John because he has the health to tank it.
It's fine. He'll be fine.
I'm gonna have you defend for a bit, honestly. You keep getting hit. Okay, now
I really should actually hook up my 360 and see if it works still. I have.
You never know with 360s.
Yeah, and like it wasn't. I haven't used it in a while, and it wasn't being stored in the best of places, so I don't know.
Ooh, big health upgrades for everybody that leveled up there.
But like, if I test it and it doesn't work, that's at least something where I can be like, well, I can get a new one. They're probably not that expensive now.
Yeah. Reminds me of like the first Xbox that was ever in our house was the 360 my brother bought a few years ago. And then, like with his own money. And then he went out shopping with my parents like 3 days later. And they come back with an Xbox One S.
God.
Which technically is the family console. It does not belong to my brother. But it's just so funny. And then later on, he got a game stuck in the 360 and he took it apart and destroyed it to get the game out.
Oh, God. That's rough.
Yeah.
The one thing I'd be worried about losing with that 360 is I do think I still have Yaris installed on it. And you gotta play Yaris. I think I might also have Doritos Path of Destruction or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the Doritos game.
And I don't think that's listed on... Well, I don't think Xbox Live for 360 runs anymore anyway.
No, probably
but
not.
I don't think it's listed.
I don't know, maybe it might be, but it might be on the Xbox One store.
Sure.
I don't know. I feel like you probably don't have an Xbox One, but
I do not.
yeah.
The only console of that generation that isn't, and Nintendo consoles, I don't even think about them in terms of console generations. They're their own thing to me.
Yeah.
But I've just got a PS5. Or, yeah, PS4, sorry.
Yeah, PS4.
PS5.
No one has a PS5.
PS5 is the new one. Nobody has it.
Yeah, no one.
Millie has one, but that's it.
I have one, but nobody has one.
I know 2 people who have one, but nobody has one.
Yeah.
But I do have a PS4. Not a Pro, just a base one.
We're in dire straits a lot in this game.
Yeah, this was taking more influence from games like Wizardry than the later games would. And you tend to be in very dire straits all the time in those.
Yep.
Because they are very much about learning mechanical intricacies and how to survive. Gray ooze, or as it's sometimes known, bruise. Also what you would call multiple protagonists of Despicable Me played by Steve Carell.
I do have a Phoenix down to revive John if he dies. I don't have a lot in the way of healing him from the 1 health he will be at if I revive him, though.
It's fine. Probably, maybe.
Secured with the Mystic Key. Yeah, we might be getting kicked out of this place by way of death.
This game needs escape ropes.
It really does. And, you know, it is very interesting to play a version of this game.
I don't think you can run.
No, I can't, I'm sure. It's interesting to play this version of this game with the spell slot system and all that. I understand fully why it no longer has, why later versions and other games in the series no longer have spell slots.
Yes. It's a very different kind of game when you have a system like that. You have to plan out your actions very carefully. I'm pretty sure we're dead at this
Oh yeah,
point.
we're definitely dead. I don't know if these guys use any sort of electrical moves. This probably will not help much, but
Like, it doesn't matter at this point. We're just biding our time.
yeah. Okay, so I was right that thunder is the spell for hurting them, but it's only so much.
I feel like we need to just take some time, get some golden levels, and
Oh. Apparently there's an autosave system.
that's nice.
Yeah. I have been brought back to the beginning of this floor.
Well, we might want to exit.
Yeah, I'm just
As best
gonna
we can.
leave anyways. I might have to just go grind in the ocean for a bit still, because I think still the best experience, aside from in here, which is far away from any healing, are the ocean battles.
Yeah, and we might want to, get potions and stuff.
Yeah, I might just want to grind out some more money and get more items and...
Yeah, that's just inherently what a game like this is going to be sometimes.
Yeah.
Which, can be okay sometimes if that's what you're coming to it for, but...
Yeah. This makes me understand why when I watched a little bit of someone learning the speedrun for this version of the game, a key part of their strategy was having a lot of ethers.
Yeah. It's a very important source of really good healing.
Yeah.
Being able to cast healing magic and also damaging magic are both important for healing and ending counters quickly.
Also, with the money we have now, we can afford a couple level 3 spells. We could also afford exactly 2 level 4 spells.
Speedruns of this game must be awkward because you don't have the peninsula of power to exploit anymore.
Yeah.
That was a big part of most FF1 speedruns, from what I know. Right?
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know a lot about RPG speedruns.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think these are the ones that can paralyze, so I don't want to mess with them.
Yeah. RPG speedruns are interesting.
I might
but
do
also
some grinding
too
just
long
with these
to
two
really
alive,
watch
with just these two
casually.
alive to get them some levels specifically.
That's fair. They are kind of the fragile ones. But, I mean, you also have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I think we can clear this encounter at least.
Yeah. right, we are here. Time to pay our holy tithes and get our two other characters back.
Rise from your grave.
You cannot go anywhere else in this church except for this main walkway here. It's very funny. You cannot interact with the organ. You may want to, but you cannot.
No learning to play the piano here. No increasing your piano skill by 1.
Yep. So we have here Fyra, and Thundara, which I think we do want to get those.
They seem worth getting.
Paralyzes one enemy, lowers evasion of all enemies.
I feel like Fantuesdays would be more useful out of those two.
Maybe. It's just weird because it's like we have yet to run into an issue of evasion on enemies yet, but I don't know what the future holds. But again, it's the thing of like status effects, you know, like who knows if it even works on the things we want it to work on. So like I think just in general stat affecting things, stat not status, are probably going to be more useful if we need them. In the end, I'm probably going to mostly use the damage spells on him, but obviously Cura, obviously heal, and then Null Blaze. Because as much as Diara would be very useful for where I am in the game right now, long term,
hard to say.
Null Blaze will be more useful at least when I get to. Why did I do that? Wasting 100 gil. Oh well.
It's fine.
Null Blaze will at least be very useful when I get to the fire part of this game. You know, I know for a fact there is a fire part of this game. So.
Yeah, because elements.
Yeah.
I guess Earth and zombies, sure.
Yeah. That's the thing they've done in multiple Final
for.
Fantasies is the Earth aspected thing is like zombies. Like they do that in 4 as well. All right.
Oh, so the president of FF8 was a zombie because he was elected because he's the salt of the earth. That's nothing.
That's maybe something. I don't know.
I still love, like, the absurd assassination plots in FF8. There are multiple. And they all turn out, like, extremely awkwardly for various reasons.
Yeah.
I think the only assassination plans that actually work are like the horribly direct ones they end up doing. Because the only 2 assassination attempts that work are like the last 2 sorceresses, and it's literally just allow them to enact enough of their plans so they come right to us, and then fucking just hit them in the face. Just hit them in the face. Just fuck it.
Yeah, if it works, it works.
It works. It works several times. But their elaborate plans all don't work because they got out elaborated or somebody chokes at the last second. Sometimes both.
It's hard to tell where I'm getting the best average experience from.
Yeah. It's hard to be sure. At least this is near rest, so it's got that going for it.
I'm getting less gil from the wolves, at least.
That makes sense. They only eat so much gold per year.
I think the sharks are still going to be pretty high. Now that I have AoE spells, though, I can get some pretty quick kills. And yeah, see, like, experience-wise, the sharks are still really good.
Yeah.
The Sahagins seem very good for gil.
Yeah, that seems like a good balance. Oh, right, because they're fishmen. And in the Lovecraft story, the fish have a lot of gold. Because H.P. Lovecraft was probably really into racist conspiracy theories or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Ugh.
Cannot enter the back of the castle. I could probably be getting more returns on grinding closer to the dungeon, but that's further away from healing.
Yeah, so like overall I think it would slow you down, especially because being able to cast spells without having to worry about it is nice. There are pros and cons to everywhere you could go. I think this is a pretty good balance of good stuff, though.
Yeah.
You're close to a rest point, and you get a lot of gold and XP out of it.
Yeah, hey, I just looked at I'm just looking at numbers. The thief has the same defense as both of the mages.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
That seems a little low.
Yeah. It seems like, yeah, the bigger it seems like defense is a bigger deal in this game than, like, being
most
able to
others.
hit and being able to hit a lot. Like, I think this guy is probably gonna, you know, be our strongest physical damage dealer, but it's not like the warrior is a slouch.
And in exchange, he goes down surprisingly easily.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to be a little bit tougher than he is, just because he
Yeah.
can wear heavier armor. But it's only helping so much.
Yeah. I guess the thing is, if I remove that, so like, yeah, it's the copper armlet and the leather armor are basically the same in terms of what defense they give, but weight is different. So it's like, man, maybe it'd be better to give this guy a copper armlet because it'd be less weight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm definitely beginning to think like, yeah, maybe Thief was not a very great choice, but again, I made my choice and I'm fine with sticking with it.
It's fine. It's workable. It's always all workable, is the thing. We do not need to optimize.
No.
We can feel pain and it's fun.
I need to make that stop showing up on stream.
What's popping up on screen?
People on my friends list playing
right.
things.
Yeah. I never shut that off, and I should.
Yeah.
It's only really come up with that, though, because I have to display capture Alan Wake.
Yeah. Yeah, I am window capturing, so yeah, that does show up on mine. Crap, out of Thundara. Oh well. It's wild that the nature of how AoE spells work in this game means that hitting AoE does in fact do more damage. Because it's
Yeah, they're
doing
higher level.
Yeah, it's very funny.
Yeah.
Nice. What level are we right now? 14? Okay.
Since we're still at the beginning of the series, what right now would you say is your favorite Final Fantasy? Before we go through all of these.
Not including the MMOs, my favorite is 5.
Okay. That's fair. I
Like,
get that.
and like, there's like some of that is that 5 is the game I have played the most, but also it's just it of the ones I've played and completed at least, or mostly completed. I would say 5, 4, and then 1 is my list. Like 5 and 4 are just very good games in a lot of ways. Story-wise, especially, that's a big deal for me, especially with an RPG.
Of course, it's a big portion of that type of game.
Yeah, it's a big part of RPGs in general. Which is why it's a shame that I can't get into Xenoblade 1, because I really do like the characters in that game. I like the world that game takes place in. But just, I cannot get past the gameplay.
It's hard not to like the characters in the game when one of the characters is Rhine. It's Rhine time, baby. Yeah. Oh yeah, Rhine time.
the situations that led to most of the voice cast of that game being British are very good. It's a very good situation to be in.
I like it when folks with other accents get to be in dubs.
It unfortunately doesn't work out as well in the second game. That game has weird voice direction issues for sure, but it did give us Welsh Cat Girl. That's very good. Xenoblade 2 is such a weird thing of like Xenoblade 2 just by nature. It's one of those weird things of like just the gameplay is such a big deal for those games that Xenoblade 2 is a game that I like the story, I like the writing, and I like the plot of Xenoblade 2. I do. But it's in the characters of it's just, but the way it's presented has so many issues, and the way it, and the one that everybody knows is the character design issue. They did not have a unified character design thing going on, because they instead had a lot of different artists designing characters, and that results in a lot of famous artists, Japanese artists and such, game artists getting represented in characters. There's a character designed by Tetsuya Nomura. There's the blades, the gacha characters. Some of that, there's a few of them designed by various famous video game artists, character designers from other big RPG series. That's really cool. It's also there's also just flat out Cosmos from Xenosaga in there.
Cool.
As one of those.
I did not know that, but that's cool.
Yeah, she is one of the one of the guest characters of the game. The other guest character being Shulk.
It's so
Unfortunately,
funny.
it is a gacha system, which is
Yeah.
the one inexcusable part of that game. The whole gacha system is just so bad.
I don't even know how it works, but the sheer concept of it sounds bad.
So it's like, so it's basically like the weapons you use, the build, like the whole thing is that you have your main character, the human character, and their blades. You create sort of like a little Pokemon team for each of. So you have like three human characters on your team as your party, and each of them has up to 3 blades that they can swap between. Those are basically those are their weapons and move sets, more or less, and they're also represented as characters, because that's the lore of the thing, is that blades are weapons and living beings at the same time.
Yeah, I've seen Soul Eater.
Yeah, exactly.
And like Soul Eater, it's unnecessarily horny.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You
so
can
it's
say
like
that about both.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's like the thing of like, you get different. It's like you have different move sets, different roles that each weapon, are tied to each weapon you get. So like you roll, and like the way you get new ones besides the main story ones, which is only like one of for each character, aside from the one character who is not human and thus cannot actually use these, but has instead created robots that do that fill the same role, and that he uses instead. And so those you get 1 from the story and 2 from side quests. Like there's others you can get for the human characters from side quests, but that are like fixed for those side quests. But the majority of the ones you get outside of the story ones are from a gacha system, where you get crystals throughout the game of different rarities, and you use those on. You pick a character to use that on, and whatever comes out of that crystal is one of these blades bonded to that character, and only they can use it unless you use a special item to transfer it to another character, and those items are very, very few and far between, so you have to sort of consider who you're giving each one to.
Right.
But of course, it's a gacha. You don't know what they're getting until they get it, so that's a little iffy.
That's weird.
And that's until the end. Also, until the end of the game, when the main character gets the ability to just use anybody's blade at any point, but only the main character gets that ability.
Messed up.
But the fucked up thing is that not only is it a gacha, it's a gacha with some of the most fucked up rates of any gacha I have ever seen. Like you get like the rare crystals, the legendary crystals, and it's still super low rates.
Yeah, I guess they excused it because it's not something you're actually paying money for, but still. Jeez.
Yeah. And it's like, it's a thing of like, yeah, you technically don't need to get all of them to complete the game. You don't need a whole lot. You don't. But you're like, you still want to get a lot of them because they have like passive skills that are field skills and such that affect like side quest things you can do with them, and other things. And like, but in the end, it's like, the thing that happens is like, it's very low rates for the named ones, is what I should clarify, because they have generic ones you get that are just like here's like we picked a random mod. There's like 5 or 6 archetypes basically that they just repeat and put together of like different like specific weapon of like specific combinations of weapon, element, and like body type.
Heat Dave, Lightning Dave, Fire Dave.
Yeah, it's like you have like giant dudes, you have small small animal, you have regular average man or woman, you have intense woman, and like those, and like these are
Mhm.
like the body types are sort of are like somewhat tied to like which weapon. Only certain body types per weapon, only certain elements per weapon, I guess, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Or well, elements. I think elements can be any weapon, but like that's whatever. But like it's like there's some weapons that are like only on the animal types and all that kind of thing. It's like so you just end up having a lot of these generic ones most of the time, and they are. And in general, they are not as good in terms of like their growth rate and all that, in terms of like how much they can grow and like abilities they get, which that's a whole nother thing that's a whole time sink in getting more abilities, which you need for more of the side quests.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where where like part of it is the game wants you to New Game Plus at some point really badly.
Mhm. Xenoblade had the same problem of too much in it, but
Yeah.
like specifically with the side quests.
Yeah. There's Xenoblade as a whole, both games have a lot going on in terms of content, in terms of mechanics and such. And I think 2 manages to make a lot of it work better at a basic level and, introductory level than 1 does, which is why I'm able to play that game and not 1.
Mm.
But it's still it's a lot in a way that like turned people off a lot, and also the very obvious issues of weird really weird inconsistent character designs, very horny character designs,
Mm-hmm.
really bad voice direction.
Yeah.
The voice direction is the funny thing, is it's not like a regional thing. It's across the board. Every region is just just sounds very weird. It's okay. I say this, the voice direction in general is okay for most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's still a little awkward in a lot of times. But the big one is that no one can scream for their life. No one can scream. Every single scream feels, every time there's like an intense yell or a scream, it's incredibly out of place in the scene that is happening.
Oh yeah, like Kira in Gundam Seed. Got it.
Yeah. I don't know Gundam Seed, but it's just every scream just doesn't work. It's so weird that's the consistent failing point.
Mhm.
Oh, the wolves dropped an antidote. Okay, we are level 15. We have 5,000 gil. We can go
buy a lot of healing items with that.
Yeah, we can definitely go buy stuff with that.
Mm.
I think that's the thing, is like I could buy some spells, but I'm not going to. I'm going to buy healing items. I'm going to buy a lot of items.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite things about the entire issue with Xenoblade 2 is how Nintendo's official explanation for it is apparently, for the sheer amount of horniness, is apparently just, oh yeah, we got all of these artists to just do whatever they wanted.
Yep.
It turns out they all wanted to do this.
Yep.
Who knew? And that's just, yeah, that sounds about right. You tell them to do anything, they'll do that because they want it approved.
Look at that.
What people...
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Xenoblade 2 it's just a really weird situation. I'm hoping that, I think there's like been talk of like a new Xenoblade in development or something, or maybe just rumors stage still. I'm hoping that if there is a Xenoblade 3, that they can get to a good middle ground between the two.
Yeah.
That like they keep the gameplay stuff that I like, and they kind of make a more consistent feeling thing of the world and the characters and such.
Mm-hmm. That'd be good.
Xenoblade 3, the 4th Xenoblade game.
Xenoblade 3, it's Xenoblade X2.
God, no. Please, no.
We've got Black Tar again, the sequel.
Okay, so I want to do some more grinding. to get more money so I can buy some more. So I can buy some high potions specifically. Some more high potions
Yeah, it sounds
specifically.
good.
And then once I bought those high potions, I think I will go attempt the dungeon again.
Sounds good.
Wait, did I actually rest? I did. Okay.
I wasn't expecting this, but I do think that this stream has been 50% grinding.
Yeah.
At least.
That's probably what what this first game is going to be a lot of.
Yeah, the first game especially, maybe a bit of the second.
Two
Really
is
grind in that.
2 is a game where grinding is specifically designed for diminishing returns. That's the thing about 2, is that 2 is a game that is very much designed for things to sort of, where like the growth rates and all that of how it works is to encourage you to keep moving. You know, it's like you're not going to get, you know, you can keep punching these like goblins, but you're not going to get much out of it. Why would you keep punching these goblins? You have things to do. Get moving. Go fight stronger things. And further your journey. Although
Many strong men await you.
Yeah, and like it works in a way, and it works in a way where like so long as you are like keeping at the right pace that they kind of want you to be at, you are not going to like struggle with the game. As long as you have the basic, as long as you have I mean, you have to have a sort of an understanding of how the leveling system works at least, so you can know what you're doing. But it's a game where it's like so long as you are kind of moving at the expected pace and such, and you know keeping moving at sticking and moving, you know, properly, you should be fine. From what as I understand it, at least from what I have seen and heard of it.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah. I'm excited to play 2. Out of all of these, I am most excited to finally give 2 a real shot.
That's fair.
And of course, and again, I am also still excited about 3, even if, you know, I've heard it's not going to be as satisfying. It's going to be a little less satisfying version of 5, from what, as I understand, basically. But I'm still excited to play a version of 3 that has not been available in English before this.
Yeah. It'll be neat. And also, like, the thing about 3 is just so much of the job system is more like the one job system, in the sense that a lot of the later jobs are just meant to be upgrades. They aren't their own things, like in 5. And I think that's the thing that trips people up. You kind of have to accept that certain classes aren't their own thing. They're just upgraded versions of a different class.
Yeah.
And like the entire purpose of Scholar is you don't play Scholar to have a good, strong Scholar. Scholar's not useful on its own. It gets you stuff that you want for other things. And it's weird. It's weird that it's designed that way, but
yeah,
if you accept that's what they're doing, you can make it work.
Saber is already what I have for that character. Also, yeah, I've been getting achievements for battles. I think that was my 500th battle. We have not gotten to the first crystal.
Jeez. Yeah.
We have had one real boss fight.
Yep. And it was the first thing we did in the game.
I think the GBA version might have made this game a lot better.
It made it a lot easier, at least.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I do not remember having to grind this much this early when I played that version.
it's a very different kind of experience. If you're
Yeah.
there for it, sure, but I think most people aren't, because I think most people want to experience the game and the story.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I've been doing a lot of grinding in Castle of the Moon recently. It is the most fun I've had with Castle of the Moon. Or Castle of the Moon Circle, you know what I mean.
Circle of the Moon, Castle of the Moon, something of the moon.
Something of the moon. Something's going on with this moon.
Yep.
But, like, it is a game that expects you to grind, so the grind is kind of weirdly enjoyable in a way. Feeling that progression is satisfying.
Yeah.
Like, feeling that you're destroying enemies that were kind of a pain previously, that feels good.
That's the thing about, like, that's the thing about a lot of the Metroidvania, Castlevanias. You know, the ones that have these leveling systems like Symphony of the Night and Aria and Circle of the Moon and all them. You know, there's arguments to be made about like how that affects the feeling of Castlevania as a whole compared to the original games. You know, I've heard those before. People, you know, are allowed to feel how they feel about it, obviously. But that feeling, I think you know, for those that style of games, that it works. And yeah, that feeling of getting stronger, you know, going back is very good in those games. Particularly in Circle, I think one of the strongest things is when you do grinding and you do happen to get a new card. What you get out of a new card gets, as you progress through the game, as you get more cards, each new card gives you so much more.
Yes. Because they all do interconnected things.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, when you have one card, oh, you're not getting much out. You get your first card, you're not getting much out of it. You get your second card, oh, you've got one ability. You get your second card, you get 3 new abilities from getting that second card, or not 3 new abilities. You get 2 new abilities because that'll only match up with one of those cards. But then you get like. You get your fourth card if it's in the right, depending on which of the 2 types of cards it is. You're getting like up to like a whole 4 new abilities, almost like 4 or 6 new abilities from that one card, and it just keeps compounding and compounding as you get more of those. The grinding rates in Circle, abysmal, really bad. But when you get the reward. It's a good reward. It's a good feeling reward.
That's true. And, you know, the reverse... The biggest problem is the reverse is very true of if you're not doing that grinding, and especially if you're not getting those cards, your tool set's really, really limited. At least in the base version of the game. Your secondary weapons, your sub-weapons, are not very useful.
No. It's always been a weird thing when the Metroidvania ones have sub-weapons, which I know that's a thing. Basically, that's a thing they had. That's basically everyone before Aria. Basically, is they always is it sub-weapons throughout the whole series have always had a weird sort of downward trend of like importance. They're very good in they're very good and useful in 1, 2, 3. Well, I don't know about 2. I don't know 2. 1, 3, and Rondo. They're very useful in those because your whip can...
Bloodlines.
And Bloodlines, right. I forgot about Bloodlines.
Yeah. Everybody forgets Bloodlines.
Because your attack can only go so many ways. Having more options is very important. But then you get to 4, and your whip becomes so much more useful. And it doesn't... It makes, you know... The sub-weapons no longer have specific niches that only they cover. You know, the axe isn't the only way to attack up. But they're still useful even then. Yeah. When you get into things, and then in Symphony of the Night, again, they're still useful because they're still useful for most of the game because you still have you just have weapons. You aren't getting, you know, crazy. You aren't getting too crazy of things you can do aside from like the magic, which even then isn't very. Doesn't cover.
Metamorphosis.
Doesn't really cover a lot of those uses.
Mm.
But then you get to like when you get to Circle of the Moon and you start getting more of those cards start covering a lot of those spaces more than the sub-weapons do, and the sub-weapons
Yes.
become less useful.
Yes.
And then
Uh,
by Aria, they just don't have sub-weapons anymore because you have the soul system. The souls,
Which are very equivalent to it
yeah, the soul,
in a lot of ways.
yeah, it's more that you are getting a whole series of sub-weapons that you can freely equip in different ways and have different different uses, you know?
Mhm. And I think, isn't one of Jonathan's things in Portrait just straight up equipping sub-weapons?
Oh yeah, they do have sub-weapons in Portrait, yeah. I think it's kind of like I think Portrait is kind of doing the Rondo thing of you have two different characters and what they have in terms of sub-weapons and stuff are different.
Mhm. I will say, two things about that. One, Harmony did, like, I think, the best implementation of sub-weapons combined with sort of a more what they would do later sort of thing. It's like the best synthesis they could possibly do with the spellbooks and the sub-weapons. And they're very useful in that. Like, even the base sub-weapons are very useful in that because they hinge on a completely different resource from your spells, and they have their own useful niches still. Some of them more so than others, but that's kind of always been a thing. Two, I mean, the entire thing with sub-weapons and Circle's also complicated by Circle's entire New Game Plus system is really weird.
Circle's New Game Plus system is really interesting in a very weird way.
Mm-hmm. And, like, one of them is straight up shooter mode, which is your sub-weapons are buffed to hell.
Yeah. I am mostly interested in finishing Circle myself. I'm still playing through it myself also, but like it mostly to kind of mess around with those New Game Plus options. I want to try like the magic mode where you just have all the cards. I want to try the sub weapon mode. You know, those are interesting to me in terms of ways to experience a Castlevania.
And like, to me, it really leans into the fact that the way I think of Circle is they really leaned into the fact that it's an action RPG in this one, rather than they're really leaning into the RPG over the action. Like, in the other Castlevania games, you do have that sense of progression and, like, getting more powerful from leveling, but a much bigger factor in it is picking up new weapons and equipment and stuff. In Circle, because you don't have that, your stats are so important in it in a way that they just aren't in the other ones.
Yeah.
And it's part of why grinding feels weirdly satisfying in this one. Like, I will tell you, I'm grinding against the same two enemies over and over again. I am running back and forth in a hallway and killing poison armors who confusingly do not have any cards on them, but you know,
Yeah.
whatever. But I am just taking them out over and over again, and the sense of progression as I go from having to hit them 6 times to take them down to having to hit them like 2 times, that's very satisfying.
I will say, on that subject of cards and such, also, my perception of Circle of the Moon is definitely colored by the fact that we are now finally able to play that game in a version that has information like that available directly.
Not having to check a guide is a big deal.
Like having just the option in the advanced collection to just look up like all the cards, where they come from, what they do when combined, you know?
That's huge.
Like that's why I ended up going and grinding for the Ares card, because I wanted the ability to have weapons other than whip.
Yeah.
which has
like,
saved me a lot in terms of being able to get through some of the bosses in that game.
yeah, I can see that. I'm partially because I'm streaming it,
Mhm.
and I want my experience to like not have any major additions outside of it. I haven't really put thought to going after specific cards,
That's fair.
but also because I also want to show off the experience of, if you're just trying to play through this game, what might happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And what happened here is I got fed up, and I've now spent, I think, 7 hours in total killing poison armors in this one hallway. And I've gotten like 30 levels out of it, and a full stack of antidotes, but yeah. I'm gonna have a conversation with my audience on Thursday is all I'm saying. And I'm probably going to have a couple more hours on my playtime when I have that conversation too.
Fair and valid. Yeah. It's definitely... I'm a lot warmer on Circle now that I've gotten play more of it through this advanced collection than I was previously. Again, again, it's another one of those things of like I'm much more interested now in playing games and forming my own opinions from direct play.
That's fair.
That I've been talking about. I mean, it's still very, very clear. Aria is the better of the 3 GBA games in a lot of ways.
In a lot of ways, yeah. Harmony's still my favorite, but
that's also very fair, yeah.
That's entirely a taste thing.
Yeah.
Having the dash buttons is very fun, is a lot of what it comes down to, but I just also like the feel of that game a lot, atmospherically, in terms of how the gameplay works out in a lot of places. I have not warmed up on Circle this time through. If anything, I like it less.
Damn, that's fair, though.
But
I will say, my warmth went up, was a lot higher in the early game. When I started getting to some of the later bosses, like that dragon boss, it started going down again.
Yeah, that's the one I'm facing next.
Yeah, that dragon boss is rough. That dragon boss is bad. I also gonna say, I am now 2 for 2 on games on Nintendo consoles where my most reviled character in the series is a guy named Hugh.
He's so Sasuke.
He's so bad. I hate him. He's at least not as bad as Pokemon Hugh, who I still hate. I still hate that 10-year-old with a passion. He might not be 10. I don't know the ages in Black and White 2. I don't care.
Yeah.
But
There.
God, I hate Hugh. Black and White 2 are such great games, but Hugh is so fucking bad.
But yeah, my feeling on Circle has basically come down to, and is probably not going to change from, bunch of interesting ideas, very poor execution.
Yeah, exactly. That's...
my biggest thing is just, I don't think getting the cards should be randomized, and I think making them randomized was a huge mistake.
Yeah,
you can't pace around them that way.
Similar feeling with like the souls in Aria, although at least the rates in Aria are a little better. But yeah,
Aria's helped by the rates and by the fact that
I mean, it's helped by the fact that basically
less
everything
dependent on having combos, you know?
Yeah, It's also helped by the fact that almost everything has one.
Everything has one, and like most of them, even if they're silly, are in some way useful. And you're also guaranteed a few.
Yeah. It's also like, rather than like needing a rather than needing a combo, you instead have 2 different active buttons, basically, that you are assigning abilities to, and then 1 passive upgrade, which is a big deal. The passive upgrades the passive ones do so much for you when you get as you get further in the game. I don't want to use too many of my level 3s here. I want to hit the Pisca demons with Thundaras.
Yeah, saving them for them seems smart. Though we do have the ethers now, so that might help.
That is true, yeah. I will say I should have maybe saved up some money to go buy Poisona, but oh well.
It should be fine. Now, getting more antidotes, that might have been good.
Yeah. At least those are cheaper than high potions and ethers.
Yeah. I think Poisona's problem is it's so limited in terms of...
It's unfortunate that, like, I don't know if Asuna is even in this game, but I hope it is. Once we get it, that's a much more useful spell, but also spell slots.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright. That's 1 of 2 antidotes down. At the very least, the warrior is just so full of health. So much blood in this boy.
The big health boy.
Like, every single level is like another 30 health. It's very good.
And, like, a lot of physical attacks do, like, 1 damage to him on top of everything.
Yep. Yeah. I did say I was considering doing this. Putting copper armor on that boy so that he can at least be fast.
I have a feeling that he's gonna get some kind of armor upgrade soon.
Hopefully. I'm hoping in the end that Ninja is a better class than Thief. But we'll see.
It probably will. I believe in him. I believe he will shine by the end of this game. Once, like, better equipment all around is accessible, and also he is able to dodge.
Okay. Good to know. Okay, good to know. I wanted to test that. Quick save is not like the GBA games where you quick save and then leave immediately. It is actually just a thing you can load, I guess.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay. What's my health situation looking like? And drop a few potions. I think that's good. Quick save again. Alright. Pisca demons. Ambushed, of course.
That's rude.
God, these guys even hit him really hard. Yeah, it's a weird thing that with the classes, the thief situation of... It would be something if the thief was doing, like, an extra amount of damage, but it really seems like he's not. Like, it seems like the warrior is still going to outclass him in damage for a while, at the very least, or maybe for the rest of the game. Like the warrior isn't just, you know, a tank. He doesn't just take hits. He also just dishes out damage really well. So it's like, what does the thief have? You know?
Hopefully eventually, like, good multi-attacks, because I feel like that's supposed to be...
I'm hoping, like, as you get in, it's going to be, like, the thief hits more often, which in this game, you know, the more times you hit with a weapon, the more damage you are doing in a lot of ways.
That feels like the niche he's supposed to fall into eventually. Like, the thing is, because this isn't an ATV game, having high speed is only so useful. Like, being able to act before enemies, sometimes pretty handy, but, you know.
Look at that. He took more damage than the white mage.
Yeah, he sure did.
Okay, but these guys are not.
But he did a decent amount of damage himself.
Yeah, these guys are not actually that beefy.
They hit hard, is the thing.
Yeah.
And they're beefy enough.
The crown.
The crown! Nice, nice, nice. And then you have to leave the old-fashioned way.
Yep. On the plus side, high potions. Also very funny that this dungeon has doors locked by the Mystic Key. So, like, the game semi-expects you to come back.
Yep.
Actually, I don't need to flee from these guys anymore. I was mostly fleeing from these guys because the green slimes seem to resist physical attacks, so I would have to use magic on them. But now that I've gotten past the boss, I'm more willing to use some of my spells.
Yeah. Green News, the Flan's great-grandpa.
Yeah. Yeah, now we get to go fight the actual boss of this section of the game.
Finally, actually progress. We did some bullshit, and now we're actually dealing with the plot.
Yeah. We are
I
moving
mean, that's
towards...
just how RPGs go sometimes.
Yeah. Again, this is a D&D game, basically.
And sometimes the DM just wants to do a dungeon full of guys who do save or get poisoned.
Yep.
Ongoing damage everywhere.
Sometimes the DM wants to do the Tomb of Elemental Evil.
God. I brought this up in the Discord server recently, but, this is reminding me of, I had a very bad DM back in the day. Like, bad both as in just a jerk DM, the kind of person to sit there and snicker as the party tries to figure out how to open a door, and it was a pull instead of a push or something. But anyway, to put into perspective the type of DM this guy was, one time in a 4E game he was running, which he did not like running, partially because, in hindsight, definitely because it had less abilities than 3.5 that he could use to throw save or die things at the party.
Of course.
Still found some, because he had a bunch of enemies with save or fall unconscious poison on their blades in 4E. And he was using that. My character failed to save, and there was also a golem in the fight that then was commanded to pick me up and throw me into a pool of water where I drowned.
Cool.
Very cool.
very cool and good way to play a game
yeah.
with other human beings.
Well, he was just a giant abusive jerk in general.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah, I know the type. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It was all a power trip. In hindsight, it's very clear it was that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this isn't that bad, but it is very rude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. D&D is a game that I become more tired of the idea of playing as I get older and time goes on.
Fair.
But I will say, my sign for I will not play a D&D game with some is if they are specifically I will not play any D&D game where there is rumblings of I'd rather be playing 3.5 or earlier. I do not I will not play D&D before 4th edition, and that is my hard rule about D&D.
That's understandable.
I will play other D20 style games that are based off of sort of 3.5. Like I will play Pathfinder. I'll play. I'm about to. Me, Molly, and some other friends are about to play a Pathfinder 2e game set in Eberron. Actually.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, Pathfinder's really neat so far. From character creation, it seems really neat. At least.
It's got like that depth that 3.5 has, but in a bit of a funner way, where everybody gets something cool.
Yeah.
It's still not perfectly balanced or anything.
Oh yeah, no.
It lets you make the hee hoo hoo wild builds.
Yeah.
That are the thing that appealed to a lot of people about that edition. I have a handful of people I would trust if they said they wanted to run something older, and like I have one friend who insists if they're running anything for D&D, they will only run 2 versions of it, either 4E or specifically the rules cyclopedia version of the game, which is so there was a split in like so people tend to think of D&D as like it was 1st edition or old D&D, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, 4th edition. Didn't quite actually turn out like that, because the Red Box was its own separate set of rules that became the Beckme system, which is beginner, expert, immortal, master, or it's basic, expert, champion, master, immortal. That's it. Which are like the different level tiers, and those were collected in a book called the Rules Cyclopedia, and like that's like a decent version of those old rules of D&D. It's all pared down and very clean, at least. It's just, yeah, that's like the one thing I trust, and it's only because I trust that one person when it comes to mechanics and stuff. So
I started trying to sail up towards the dwarves before I realized, no, I gotta go back here and then go north to the castle. This noise for being hit by a spider is very funny.
Yeah, I feel like there are very similar noises that crabs make in a lot of Japanese media.
Yeah.
Just sort of a weird, almost creaking door noise.
Hey, you stop being poisoned right now. Yeah. In general, my thoughts on D&D are, please play some indie RPGs. They're good.
Yes.
They're great. Support them.
Great.
I really want to play Fellowship at some point.
Fellowship's pretty neat. I'm in the game right now, actually.
Nice.
Um, it is a vaguely sort of industrialized setting. We haven't really defined that in depth yet. And my character is Slime,
Nice.
who is mostly the plucky hero power friendship type, which is very funny because the rest of the party is extremely mercenary. In their own different ways. At least one player is being... I think they described their character at one point of what if you did the sort of storyline that FF14 tried to do with Gaius, but it didn't suck. One is just like a spider who is also a spy master type who just is extremely, like, shoved spiders down somebody's throat in order to stop them at a point. Just does that kind of thing. And the last party member is literally a demon. So it's all that.
We've been tricked.
Oh. It's a goblin.
This game certainly makes a choice in, like, the difference between dark elves and regular elves.
Well, I mean, I guess it's better than, oh, they have darker skin.
Yeah,
so
no, it's
they're
definitely
evil?
better. It's
like...
just... Yeah.
Look, you can be a normal, boring elf. Or you can be a little green goblin-y guy with horrible claws.
Oh, no.
Which would you pick?
We've been slowed.
I think this is like the one remastered track I've heard where I'm not super feeling it.
Yeah, it feels like the melody of the original is kind of being buried under parts of it.
Yeah, it feels like it's a little too intense.
Yeah, like it's intense in the wrong parts is where I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Is where I'm feeling. Yeah. Like, you can hear here where the strings are kicking in. That's kind of like the original melody of this music. And it's just kind of not shining through in any way.
Yeah. Speaking of music, top 3 RPG battle themes, go.
Oh, God. Now, does it have to be just, like, general battle theme, or just, like, can it be, like, a specific boss theme or something as well?
It can be specific, it can be general.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say... I don't know that I can order these necessarily. I'm gonna say one of my 3 is the Four Fiends in Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
That one's definitely up there. I'm gonna say my other 2 are Rude Buster.
Fair, fair.
And Struggle from Radiata Stories.
Nice. I don't know that one, but nice.
Well, hold on. Here. Hold on a second. I'm going to mute this for a bit so I can play this.
Hold on a sec. I might need to bring up the stream then.
I can play it through.
Okay. That works out.
I can bring up the YouTube video and then put that into the Discord stream.
Sounds good. Anyway, while you're getting that set up, I brought that up because I thought of my top three. And my top three are, FF13 General Battle Theme, off General Battle Theme, Space Funeral General Battle Theme. Bam, there you go.
Pepper Steak is very good, the off one, yeah.
Pepper Steak is extremely good.
Pepper Steak is a really good one, a real classic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to... Let's see, change to this, and hopefully this comes through. Hopefully the sound of this comes through on stream. This is okay. This is specifically Struggle 3, which is I think certain boss fights in Radiata Stories. But
right. Oh, I love that Nightman in the background.
He's is great. Good. He is great. If you hang out with me, if you hang out or use streams when I play this game, I think he's a character you're gonna like a lot. He's just a very he's a very fun dude. He's one of my favorite characters in that game.
He's baby. Why is he so baby? He's like 40 years old.
Yeah, he is a full ass grown adult man.
He's a grown adult man, but also he's baby.
But yeah, this is one of my favorite fight themes in an RPG.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
It's very lively. That's the big thing. Is like the whole game has very lively music in a way I really love.
Yeah. The main character has such a white face.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at him.
Yeah, the main character is something. Yeah, these are the three main characters here. Is main guy in the front, and then the girl, and then other guy, and then the Nightman in the back are sort of the three main focus characters of the game. And they're all pretty good.
And that I just noticed that barely visible elf child.
Yeah, there is a small child in the bottom right here. He might not be an elf. He might just be a kid, a human kid. But yeah. Elves in this game are a thing. They're very non-standard elves. Okay. They do some very interesting stuff with the fantasy races in this game for sure.
Neat.
Yeah. That's about half of that song. It's very good. Back to the game.
Nice.
Is that going through for you now?
It's loading. It's taking its sweet time, but it's going, I think. Let me try restarting the stream on my end.
It's loading on my end too. It's weird.
Weird.
I will stop that again. Final Fantasy.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just must be good.
I'm not planning to go on too much longer. It is getting a little late.
Yeah, it is getting a little late.
In fact, honestly, I might get back to the town, save, and call it there.
Yeah, we just finished one of the big boss fights against the Goblin Man.
What did we get from him, by the way? The Crystal Eye,
Crystal
right?
Eye
that has to go to Matoya.
To put in Matoya's head.
Which, we need to find Matoya next time.
Right. I think she's somewhere in the north of the map.
Maybe.
Vague memories. I feel like I remember she's in a cave somewhere up north.
Yeah, she's definitely... Yeah. Yeah, definitely in a cave. I know that much. I think first off we need to go back to the castle at Elfheim and let them know what happened, and maybe we get the Mystic Key there, and that lets us get the explosives. I think that's the sequence of events.
Sounds right.
We will see here. Right, we need to go. No, we need to go to Matoya first to be able to wake the prince up. Right.
Get him a nice cup of coffee.
Okay, so I do think we need to get to Matoya first. I'm just gonna look that up right now and see where she is.
Mm-hmm.
See now that is. Okay, Matoya is on the bit north of Corneria.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, I think I will get to Matoya and call it after that.
Sounds good.
Should be not too bad to get to.
Yeah, should be a real quick trip.
No, why would you default to no?
Just in case you're jamming on the buttons and don't actually want to rest them? I don't know.
I mean, I guess, yeah, you don't want to spend the money, I guess. That makes some amount of sense.
Yeah, Gil's at enough of a premium at certain points in this game that, yeah. Spending it accidentally is kind of a big deal.
Also, I want to do Matoya's tonight because I want to hear that theme. I want to hear that song.
Yeah.
Suppose it says she's supposed to be up at the end of this peninsula, I think. There it is, yep.
Mm-hmm. Very easy to possibly miss. This is a very warm version of this song.
Yeah. Yeah, this is how you were introduced to her, is she has lost her eye, and this is sort of, I guess, supposed to be kind of your hint of, oh, this is a goal we are to work towards, is getting her eye back.
Mm-hmm.
First off.
Well, fortunately, we got that. Robbing the blind woman, great.
Jolt tonic.
Jolt Cola. Cancel and 1.
Cancel and loan. Oh, one. I don't know what that middle one is supposed to be.
And cancel. Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's weird. That's a weird one. Wonder if that's a typo of some sort.
I don't know. It's too late to think backwards.
Yeah. After I get out of this battle. After I get out of this battle, I will save and call it.
Sounds good.
Yep. Ugh.
Nice.
Thank you for
Right.
thank you for joining me for this. This
Oh,
whole,
yeah,
this
no
very
problem.
this
It
very
was a lot of
very
fun.
long journey we are about to set out on of this whole series.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm in it for the long haul, though.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
These RPGs definitely are a thing where it's like I kind of feel like having someone to talk with is very nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah.
It's either that or do what I do and read all the